Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Yo. Hello, hello. Okay, I still got to get used to this. Everything has changed from yesterday. Yeah, sorry it took me a minute to get here. How's everybody doing? Hope that you are all doing well on this fine Wednesday. Hey, how you doing, Ruben? Ryan, Miss Alice. Yo, Matesh, hump day, Ree. Your name is fun to say. Ree. Anyway, yeah, hope you guys are all doing well. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream yesterday. I know that I did. I noticed that there are a few people that definitely did not like the Pokemon aspect of the show. That was kind of bothersome, just because who's going to hate on Pokemon that hard? But I got a little bit of feedback where I was just like, they were like, is this going to become a regular thing on the show? I'm like, well, that was kind of a bummer. I was hoping that everybody was on the same page, but whatever. Hey, Starbright, how you doing? I hope that you guys are, as I said, all doing well. Today has been, it's been a day. It's unfortunately, actually, everybody give your well wishes to Unimoogle. She's not feeling well today. She had to take a sick day, so yeah, just shout out Unimoogle. I know that she could use some positive vibes. So, how doing well? How are you? I'm actually doing pretty well, all things considered. I'm gonna be saying that one for a while, guys, just so you know. Because yeah, every day is a struggle as far as, and I'm not talking like, general depression either. I understand that some people they're living with that, but yeah, I'm going through grief right now, so it's speed recovery to uni. Yeah, exactly. There we go. That's what we need. We need more. We need more of that, guys, because yeah, it takes a lot to put her down, and it's one of those things where it's just like, I hate to see her sick, but finally taking a well-deserved day. So yeah, get well soon. Thank you guys. I appreciate that. As I said, I know that she'll here, you know what? Let me see if she might not even be watching yet. Okay, cool. Gonna make a chicken noodle soup. No, actually, it's more so just, thank God it's not like fluey. She's not feeling well. So we're just, making easy meals. We just actually had some soup for lunch, so. But not like, it's not chicken noodle sick. Like, it's, it's definitely soup sick. I'll say that much. But, yeah, it sucks. There's nothing worse than seeing somebody that you like, that you love, that you're just like, I can't do anything. That sucks. Get chocolates. Hey, you know what? If she feels up to it, I don't know. Lots of tea. I know that that's the thing. We're gonna make a tea gal out of her yet. She really doesn't like tea, and she drank a black tea this morning, and I was so proud. I was so happy for her. I just hope that she liked it, because she was just like, how do I sweeten this? I'm like, well, honey, a little bit of sugar. I use a cane sugar. Has to be cane sugar. Tomatoes, that's actually, Matesh, you nailed it. It's going to be comfort food. So yeah, it's going to be tomato soup with grilled cheese. We actually got like this, it's tomato soup made for making grilled cheese. Like it's tomato soup and grilled cheese, but made for making grilled cheese. Hello from Customs and Border Protection. Hey, what up, Fire Fist? Oh, geez, I keep forgetting that. I'm a tea guy, and we don't have any here. What? Really? That's unfortunate. I got me a nice cup of Earl Grey cooking right now. It's delicious. I feel bad doing that because I didn't mean to kind of flex on you there, Ryan. I didn't mean to be like, oh, you don't have tea? Sip. I wasn't trying to be that guy. I'm sorry. Man, bare-wristed today. I don't like it. Been having flare-ups from some hockey injuries. It's delicious. Oh, screw you. Yeah, I did kind of add that little bit there. I'm sorry. Not exactly convincing, right? But yeah, I'm not sure if you guys know, like, or like know the feeling where it's just like, hey, I usually wear something on both wrists, and it's just like, my shackles. I feel like the genie from Aladdin. I'm free, but I'm sure he had this feeling too, where he's just like, oh, I was kind of used to that. Oh, wait, Fire Fist. Here, you know what? Screw it. Let's start the show off right. Yeah. We grab one pack. We grab a pack. I got Stellar Crown. I opened my Fire Fist knows what's up. I had a Christmas present that has been sitting on my table for the better part of 4 months now? I'm excited. We got Saturday tickets to C2E2. Hell yeah, brother. That's gonna be cool. All right. Let's go. Let's see. Man, Saturday's gonna be nuts. All right, I tell you that right now. Whew. If it's anything like last year, I wear a watch on the arm because I've been conditioned in boot camp. Oh, yeah, I've always worn like a watch, but palms up for Pokemon Rip. Here we go. Hey, we're gonna do the quick Pokemon Rip, and then we're gonna get to the show. All right, so we got Saladit. If you didn't see that, is this a better? Nah, man, it's the stupid light. There we go. And then God said, "Let there be pep," and so there was pep. Yes, I know I'm at like a really weird time today. Not technically on time because I said I'd be starting at 2. That was Wooloo. We got Diplin. Hell yeah, need him. I need more Applins though. Panseer. Marowak. It's actually pretty cool. Orcoberry. I'm a sucker for trainers. Vikavolt. Ooh, we got a decent one. Bombardier and Meltan. Then you get your customary energy. There, not a great pack, but not a horrible pack. God, I did have one horrible pack recently where I got 2 of the same card and just nothing hit. I was like, Oh, there's that reminder. But hey, it's a fun. As I said this on Monday. New era of pep talks. This is what we do. I'm gonna hopefully be ripping a pack of something open. Might not be Pokemon, frick. Shit's so hard to find now. What's up, America? Y'all liberate anyone today? No. How you doing, geriatric? We actually we're gonna make fun of Tulsi Gabbard, which is always fun. She made it incredibly easy this time, so this is gonna be a really, really good time. I'm not sure if you guys feel the same way about Tulsi Gabbard, where you're just utterly annoyed by her. Her and her Aloha. Oh my god. Her on Rogan, man. I just remember she was weak. Everybody started loving on her, and I'm like, I don't know. And then they were like, yeah, Russian asset. I'm like, that tracks. It totally tracks. And then I found out about her background. And as somebody who had a little bit of a similar background, not like the army brat shit, but the, being part of a severe religion. Except then I found out she didn't really leave. Sus. But then she was one of the rare ones that went and just proved why we should hate her. It's just like, hey, I can actually remind you. Oh my god, you actually got him. Holy shit. Oh wow. Nice, dude. Good pull. Yeah, I couldn't get to Costco in time. I have some of their books. The Cult of Krishna Consciousness. Nice. Yeah, she is. Oh yeah. The fact that she it's the people that at the airports. Do they still let them do that? And wasn't it Minneapolis? I feel like it was the Minneapolis. It was like Newark and Minneapolis airport. I remember seeing those guys. Wait, what the hell just happened here? Streamer mode. Hold on. What the hell? Okay. That's weird. Discord just sent me to something new, I guess. I didn't turn that on. Everything has been screwed up ever since I put that capture card on, so yeah. We're still going to be dealing with some technical issues with that one, but it's with all the elected officials, most if not all the right-wing part of some weird sector religion. Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, I wonder if that plays into that whole, what is that camp? Oh my god. I keep forgetting the name of it. It was in that, Alex Jones, like, infiltrated it, you know? Where they burn an effigy of some demon prince or some shit like that. I seen him at the Rainbow Gathering. Oh, cool. Wait, like Lauren Boebert, my rep, is a member of some 7... Really? Stop making them sound cool. They're not cool. Yeah, they're not cool, guys. I can tell you right now, it's any of these freaking people. And again, I come from one that, like, we were tame in, like, regards to other ones, but what I didn't like about it was there was an added layer of abuse, because they would do this thing where it's like, but we're mainstream, but then I would go to a mainstream church and then explain what I was going through, and they were just like, that's not what we believe. Wait, what? And you know when other Christians are telling you, like, ow, that's a little bit extreme, dude. So you guys, you're like preparing the field of Armageddon? Like, you guys got, like, campers and shit? Like, ready to go? Yeah. Trust me. I'll go into it more. I might have to hire an attorney, though. I think I brought that up the other day, where I've been kind of putting this compilation video together, and I ran it through one of my buddies who he's pretty much an entertainment lawyer. Like, he missed his calling. Because he was in radio, and oh boy, did he just go, no, and no. And he was just like, you need to rework this entire thing, because you could get sued for that. Like, oh, great. So I got to make everything a little bit more vague, but I'll make it work. Had a terrible morning. Oh man, that sucks. Went to go drink my coffee and realized it was a cold cream of mushroom soup. How did I make? What did you do? How did you mix that up? What? Cold cream of mushroom? What? Yo, what'd you do? Like, how? What's going on there? You all right, bro? I hope you're good. Damn, that's disgusting. Ew. I mean, that's one way to heat up a can of soup, I guess. But yeah. The Italian way. You got a coffee maker? Oh my god, that'd be fucking wild. Hey, we got a can of soup. I don't have a pot. You got a coffee maker? I've been here before. I know this will work. Dude. So, yeah. That sucks, man. I'm sorry that happened. Bapping and booping. Man, you're the one doing it. You're the one doing it today, okay? I'm just repeating what you're saying. I will not take responsibility for what Kirk is going on over there. With his Italian heritage. You know what? He's a self-hater today. I went to go get my passport renewed this AM, and when asked where I was going, I said maybe into the States for a few weeks, when the person at the passport office told me that there were warnings against travel to the US. So there goes that idea. So saves me a few bucks. Didn't get my passport. Oh. Jerry, where are you from? Are you Canadian, or are you like European, or you across one of them damn oceans, or are you a neighbor? That's kind of where I'm going with this. Ah, that sucks, man. Really? Alberta? Okay. Yeah. That fucking bums me out. I didn't know that would actually hit me, but damn. Yeah, there's no lulls there. That's scary and also shitty. Yeah, because of what happened to that actress. That's kind of crazy. Nebraska. Okay, yeah, there's a church in my town that's really big and culty. You can only associate with people in the church, and they do arranged marriages. Even growing up Lutheran, my church knew that they were weirdos. Yeah, okay, so that's funny. We used to call Lutherans weirdos. I'm not even kidding, man. Man, it's always just like the wet, like, it's weird shit too, because we looked at Lutherans and they're like, they're too close to Catholics, even though they don't believe in the Catholic stuff. So why can't I just go to a Lutheran? I always remember asking them, like, so say I'm on a road trip and I need to go and I need to do my I need to praise, my Lord and Savior. I can't just walk into any old church. It's got to be the right denomination. It's just, that shit was wild to me. And they were big. Like, this is how I understood that we were technically like derived from a Protestant, like a hardcore Protestant reformist cult, where I was like, oh, you guys aren't just like, hey, Catholics, they got some weird beliefs and they add stuff, and they we're not as authoritarian. But then it's like, oh shit. Like, again, the mask came off when I was in my junior year, and that's where I was just like, holy shit, guys, like, you guys aren't really explaining this in a way that I'm comfortable with. What do you mean keyframe rate is off? I'm broadcasting in 1080 frickin' p right now. This should be smooth as butter. I got everything solved. No, I refuse to believe that Twitch is also unstable. No. You know who's unstable? Me. I'll admit that. I've been like apologizing to pretty much everybody in my life, where I'm just like, hey, if I said something kind of mean, or like just I kind of popped off at you, I'm sorry. Even you guys. I'm a little worried where, like, I'm gonna read just one story and so it'd be like, oh, I'm gonna stop using Starlink. Yeah, I will not be doing that. That bums me out, man. You should be welcomed with open arms, especially. I know in Chicago you're not gonna experience anything there, but I can't speak for the federal agencies at the airport, though. I don't think that if you were to fly into O'Hare, anything would be wrong, though. Catholics are slightly different. Lutherans typically have more chest hair and longer. That seems odd take. I can tell you right now, like the mega church that I would attend, because that one was fair game. Mega church was totally fair game because it was capitalist church. They love them. Yeah, they were kind of like that. We really don't like Catholics, which is hilarious. I don't understand it. Yeah, you guys are Catholic light. You guys, like, don't you have like deacons, bishops, and all that shit? And then you also have I forgot what else. Oh, altar boys, all that shit. Here, hold on. I'll put there we go. Hold on, I gotta turn my latency down on my camera. Give me 1 second. Resolution 1080, 720. Nah, 1080 should be fine. What does Betty Hinn fall under? Who? Actually, I don't know who that is. Should I? Grand Dragons too, I think. Whoa, what? Wait. Catholics are slightly different. Lutherans typically have more chest hair. Wait. Don't use the messenger. Oh. That came in backwards. Because I'm looking at Twitch. You said the Catholic one first, right? Yo, dude. Dude, my OBS is so messed up after I did that little experiment yesterday, which I still haven't actually perfected. I still do not have sound on my graphics card. A little link card thing. Saw a funny video of him with Let the Body. Wait, Benny Hinn. Hold on. Oh, this guy. This guy. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I know who he is. I read tarot, mess with crystals, and worship women. Best religion ever. Nice. That is a pretty bitchin' religion. Yeah, tarot's always been crazy to me. Like, sometimes, occasionally, like sometimes, you're just like, well, that was a coinky dink, but that's also something that happens in that religious stuff. So I don't know. I always find myself doing that too. The cards, no, dude, shit, man. I remember when I found a hangman face. It was facing me, just like in the middle of a sidewalk square when I was on a walk at my apartment. Like, holy shit, this had to be almost 20 years ago. But yeah, all right, that freaked me out. Yeah, no, I remember that freaked me out because I called my aunt. I was like, hey, what's this mean? And she's just like, okay, well, that could be really bad, but there are some good things to come with that. That just means that you're going through a period of change. I was like, oh, that was kind of, yeah. My crew is big and it keeps getting bigger. Pastor Jim Ulrich. My crew? He calls them his crew, man. All right, so there's one thing that I always laugh at. So, like, the righteous gemstones, dude, they nail so much in that show. It's, man, as somebody like who was there, was like, oh, this is supposed to be funny. I actually, I hate to say this, I do have a hard time watching the show because every once in a while I do experience like a little bit of that trauma shit where I'm like, oh, that hit a nerve. Hangman is life in suspension, is it's just waiting. Oh, well, that actually makes sense because I was like 22. Yeah, I was like 22. Maybe. No, yeah, I had to be like 22. When the fuck did... Okay, my brain's starting to do that thing where it's like, when did you live there? I'm like, oh, shit. No, I had to be like 20. Yeah, I had to be 20. I didn't drink. I did not drink yet. Haha. Now I remember. Well, couldn't drink yet. I had a situation where I didn't drink much, man. Very, very rarely until I was about 24. And then my hockey team was just like, they're like, you want a beer? I'm like, no, I really don't. They're like, yeah, you do. I'm like, okay. It was a Coors Light that started it all. Yeah, which is weird because people were just like, really? A Coors Light got you on the beer train, huh? And I was just like, I mean, they do have it in their marketing. Were you ever in CRU? Okay, so what do you mean by that acronym? Because I think we used to call it something else. Like it was like Christian youth. Like we had Christian leaders and we had Christian youth, which Sounds a little sus there, if you know what I mean. I always, dude, I remember the first time that I learned about the Hitler Youth, and I was just like, Campus Crusade for Christ? No. College out. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. No, we did the college outreach stuff. I mean, we were a college prep school. That was like our big thing. We used to go to like Trinity, what was it, Trinity College? I used to take courses there like for high school. It was like a double credits thing. They took advantage of anybody that had a car. Like the second they, like that was the weird part because we had to register our driver's license when we got a car. And I did my driver's test through my school, which I found out is kind of normal with like other like schools too. So I always thought, I was like, oh, I thought that was just another element of control for them. But this was an element of control for them where they took a copy of our license and they like, yeah, man. They were just like, oh yeah, you're taking off-campus courses, but yeah, it was a big one where they were just like, we're gonna give you big credits for this. So we have a Trinity prep school. I have a feeling that it might even be the same, like the one that dipshit Tucker Carlson went to. That was it. It's the same. It's literally the same chain of billionaire colleges that had their fair share of like, you know, accreditation issues. Like when I was coming, like, dude, I was well into high school. I was in my sophomore year doing like college shopping, and Trinity got like caught up in some scandal where they were just like, yeah, I don't know if you want to go there. What was it? The University of Phoenix also started coming out around that time. So they were just starting to be like, well, you know, you could take these online courses. I remember one of my buddies who was not exactly the smartest man on the on the face of the earth looked at me and went, I wouldn't do that. And I just was like, well, if he's not going to do that. I was like, oh, well, that must mean something. He must see something that I don't. Oh, man. That whole, oh, I was talking specifically about the way that pastors, though, they do this sneaky way of talking where they're trying to be your friend, man. And like, they almost do like stand-up sets, which that's one thing I kind of respect a little bit, is like when they do kind of, when they get laughs, even though they're cheap. I had to sit through a super church sermon for one of my brother's like big things. His graduation. He graduated from like one of the same types of places I went to school. But yeah, man, they had a guy. He was a Fox News correspondent, and oh boy, I had to sit through this shit where they were like praising Trump. They were just, it was creepy, man. Like, it was super fucking creepy. I was like, oh my God, this is somehow worse than what I went through. And just to know that it's technically tied to the same shit. Like, I just found out that my brother went to this school. Like, it was his graduation, obviously. They just merged with my old school. And I was like, oh, shit. And then I kind of parsed it together where I'm like, oh, my brother's working for the... Oh, man. He went, like, he dove head first. And he would argue, too. He'd just be like, we're not a cult. It's like, okay. What about the whole, you know, doomsday angle? And he'd just be like, yeah, we think that the rapture's coming, like soon. He's preparing for it. He's got this weird, like, he's almost Buddhist because he's very he can be materialistic. Like, if he has a nice apartment, good. If he has like a nice bike and a nice car, good. Everything else, though, he's the most simple man I've ever seen. The guy doesn't spend money. And, like, by that, you could almost say, oh, yeah, he lives by Christ. But then he talks about, like, prosperity gospel. I'm just like, why? Like, of all the people I know in my life, why the fuck do you need money? It's just like, dude. He's the embodiment of that guy, like you see in the memes where it's like, oh, men are just okay with this, and it's just a cardboard box and a TV. It's like, used to think that, but yeah, it's kind of weird. I don't know. I'm gonna try and talk to him about this more, but oh boy, I have a feeling that could be like a family like wrecker. So I have made an agreement with my family just to be like, I'll leave it alone. And he did the same for me. He knows what I do too. Like, he's checked out my stream. He called me he used to call me a straight up commie. I thought that was kind of funny. Anyway. Yeah, it's kind of sad that shit. I hope he finds his way out though. Anyway, you know what? I want to smoke, and then let's get to the Tulsi Gabbard stuff, because I don't have as much time today. And I really want to get to this, because again, I'm not sure how you guys feel about Tulsi, but I have felt this way for quite some time. All right. Also, cheers, everybody. Oh, guys, check this out. So I got a snack today. I need to get better about snacking on stream. Like, I actually need to snack, because somebody pointed out, they're like, yeah, you really don't eat on stream, and you do, like, you know, over 6 hours. You need to probably eat more. I'm like, yeah. So, not the best, but dude, it's all dressed Pringles. So for the Canadians out there, you guys are just like, yeah, ketchup Pringles. Yeah, we know what's up. Call them all dressed. You guys do it. I will say that the best potato chips or crisps or whatever the hell you call them in your country, holy shit, does Canada. They nailed it. They freaking nailed it. Food is good. Is it? No, I've been sustaining off of beer calories, which not the best thing to be, you know, sustaining off of. Water, tea. Yeah, no, I lost some weight. It was one of those situations where I'm just like, I have to be better about my everything. Ketchup Pringles. I mean, it's essentially what it is. We call them all dressed, but yeah. You know what? Screw it. I'm gonna try one. Before we get going off to the races, I'm trying one. I'm gonna give you. Let's see. God damn. All right. All right. Got to work out too. Yeah. I'm finding it harder because of the Swoletariat. I'm trying. I like being one of the low-key guys, though. You know, I may look scrawny, but I can hold my own. I'm all right. I've never, like, felt the need to just be like, okay, I need to go beef up my chest just to prove myself to this guy. No, but I've been working out. I've been doing my yoga. I hate to say this too. I do like Japanese calisthenics in the morning, which it helps get the blood moving. It's also fun. It's radio Taiso. It's a little 2-minute routine that I do, and then I do a little yoga after I eat. Helps me digest my stuff. Go for a quick walk if the day is nice enough, and then yeah. That's about what I do. I tried to lift recently, and I think you guys saw the what happened there. I'm still feeling it too, man. Like my whole shoulder feels like I messed it up. And yeah, dude, that's why I'm not wearing the watch today, because I just feel like my wrist is all messed up. And trust me, I stretched fine. I even wore like my little wrist guards because I'm old and I don't want to reinvigorate anything. So Zapp's Voodoo. Oh yeah, Voodoo chips are essentially all dressed. They are no, because they have the. It's like a heavy flavor of the Cajun like dressing, or like the Cajun spices. I'm getting back into Tai Chi. Oh, nice. DDPY. Yeah, that's actually what I do. I've been doing the same DDP yoga video for probably the last 4 years. 5 years. I started right when COVID started. That's how I got through a lot of COVID. Yeah, shout out DDP. I mean, Diamond Cutter. It's also one of the easiest yoga routines to do. The fact that you can do it sitting down is awesome. I love how he made it so accessible to everybody, where he's just like, you don't have to look like me doing this, trust me. He's like, it took me years to get this flexible, and he's like, even then it's still yeah. Also the fact that it is based on some of his wrestling, the fact that the diamond cutter it's the main part where, because he uses the fact that you bring it, you're gonna focus on your diaphragm, get all your air there, and then you do this standing, and then you bring it up, and then you just kind of hold, and then you release, but then you go wah. You gotta do the bam. Gotta kind of launch yourself. This is not familiar. Oh, yeah, here. You know what? I wish I could, play one of his videos, but I have a feeling it's going to get me struck really fast if I do, so I'm going to avoid that. I need yoga, but never tried it. Try it. Just look up DDPY, and there are so many videos there, the free ones, that, yes, you could do the program, which if you guys like classes where he breaks it down into different workouts for different things, and I was fine with just the it's a 10-minute video that has pretty much a morning routine, and then you repeat it. You go on 2 or 3 loops depending on how long you want to do it, so about a half hour. And yeah, man, it's helped me a lot. Good for childbirth core strength. Hell yeah. Yeah, yoga is great. That was one thing that I do live by, where I'm nah, if I didn't find even DDPY, I would have had a problem. Which, the one thing I will say is when somebody finds out that I do DDPY, and they're just that's not real yoga. It's shut up. I don't like that. All right, elitist. I'm getting my breathing exercises in as much as I can with a deviated septum. That's one thing I really am toying with. I'm not sure if I want to fix it, but let's put it this way. I don't want to fix it, but I'm starting to feel I might need to. What I'm going to have, though, is they have this new thing. I think I told you guys about it, where it's essentially a breathing strip, but really helps open your nasal pathways, and it actually helps with a DDP or DDP. I just did the thing. A deviated septum. Diamond Dallas Page Yoga. Here, I'll actually just show. I'll link his YouTube for you guys. I can do that much. There we go. Yeah, he's doing his Lex Luger stuff. Where's the channel? Where's the channel? No. Here we go. Yeah, check it out, guys. Thank you for the yoga tips. Now I want to know what to do. Now I know what to do at the gym tomorrow. I mean, hey, I'm telling you, helps me. It helps me a lot. First time chatter, how are you? I don't know what you're saying, but yes, English, please. The brat. Man, that's a name I haven't thought of in a long time. I remember when she toured with Lil Kim, and then they had a feud, like Lil Kim tended to do. Is there a a female rap star that Lil Kim didn't have a beef with? Oh. Yes, brother. Gotcha. I could deadlift a coffee table with my legs. Or a man. Nice. Man, I couldn't do that. I need to get my muscle memory engaged. I think that I'm gonna try skating again. I don't know if I should, because I know that the second that I start skating, just skating, I'm gonna want to play hockey. And oh boy, ever seen laughing yoga? No, I haven't. I've seen goat yoga. Seen goat yoga, dog yoga, cat yoga. They have a cat yoga. I saw that one. They actually have one of those workshops right by me. I was like, ooh, that one I might want to go to. Little kitties. I just know me. I'm going to end up coming home with a cat. I'll be able to hold my own. Hey, that's... You know how you hold your own? Cardio. Cardio is the best one. Learn how to run. Dude, oh my God, people will just be like, coward. It's like, no, dude, do you know how many times I've just walked away from an altercation that was starting, and I'm just like, I'm leaving. I don't need this. Or I'm also the guy where if shit's going down, I'm out. I don't want to be there when the cops are there. Fuck that. Especially because back in the day, it's I'm holding, I'm out. It's you guys don't. I remember one time we witnessed a guy get knocked out at a bar, and they were just like, you don't want to stay and give a testimony? I'm like, no. I'm literally holding. I'm out of here, guys. I was a good runner, then puberty hit, and ever since then, back pain. Yeah, I get a little back. Yeah, the thing is, as long as you can get those spurts, just get yourself out. Bike machine, that's what I'm doing. I've been putting it off. But I saw that somebody in my neighborhood actually is selling their Peloton, and they're selling it for really cheap, man. 10% of the original cost cheap. So I might be doing that. It's the whole subscription service thing that I'm like, not crazy about that. I need a rowing machine. Somebody brought up a rowing machine. And when I started really looking into them, yeah, it seems like that would actually be the best way for me getting swole pep. I could, you know what? I'll record some of that content. I'll record some of my workouts. One thing that I'm gonna start doing though is I'm gonna start doing some art streams with you guys. Just trying to figure out how to do that. Because I did this really smart thing where I put my computer far away from my art table. So. Now I'll probably just start it, fire up chat, do it through a laptop. Close rack. Wait, too many Second Amendments to bother with, altercations, never worth the risk. That too. Yeah. Well, no. See, stand your ground in Florida, that one freaks me out a little bit. New Jersey, I think, also has stand your ground laws. If Bloodstone, if you're here, correct me if I'm wrong. But, yeah, stand your ground laws scare the shit out of me just because it's I perceived him as a threat. Oh, come on, you. It's so really? Really? You're legalizing being a pussy. Okay. Great. I didn't want to get my little face smacked. Even though you probably fucking deserve... that's one thing that bothers me about that. It's You know. Even somebody that does this shit, they just lift up the... Oh, check it out, man. You don't want to mess with me. Okay. Had that happen once in my life, and I was just like, really? You felt the need to show me that? Have you looked at me? Bro, calm down. Those are so fun too, yeah. Oh shit. There it is. Cool. Check it out, man. You don't want to mess with this. Guys, don't mess with Ryan. He's got the he's got the abilities to build pew-pews in the chat. Oh man. What a clever use of kanji. It's pretty funny. Castle Doctrine, no standard ground laws. Oh, okay, so you got the same thing. Yeah, we got Castle Doctrine here. Not as much, though. Again, you have to... Nick Fuentes is a good example of that. You know, he's getting sued. Because it wasn't exactly Castle Doctrine when he knocked that lady back on her face. It's the perfect amount of vinegar. Highly recommend those. Sorry, they were staring at me like the Pringles man was. I was making eye contact. I'm like, I must. Moderator sword, nah. Moderator assault. Well, look at this. You're you know how to make a lefty blush. Gentlemen friends of mine in the 70s and 80s loved exercise equipment for, yeah, 70s. What are you talking about? Allie, listen, my dad, he had a treadmill, right? Same thing. I don't think I ever saw that thing actually get used for treadmilling. It got used for launching my best friend into a wall and, you know, making my dad really pissed off. That was the first time I ever learned what drywall was. Ooh, boy, was he mad. What is happening? Wait. I had 2 alerts go out today? Oh, shit. That just caught up with me. Okay, so apparently Discord got screwed up. Oh, wait. Did I link my Discord to my, my Streamlabs? Oh, shit, I did. Hold on, guys. I just found out exactly why I've been having these issues. Alright, cool. Won't be having those issues anymore. Woohoo! Alright, guys. Well, let's smoke up. Also, I want to get this out of the way. You know it's coming. I've been having a little rough day with this, so if you guys can help out in any way, this is the link to my mom's memorial fund. I really appreciate anything you guys can pitch in, or I really appreciate you guys just supporting the stream, getting my name out there, helping me out, because that also yeah. Okay. Anyway, yeah, thank you. I appreciate all the support, guys. And anybody that has donated already, I really appreciate it. And you know what? I'll just end this portion just saying thank you for being something in a community that my mom was proud of. Thought a lot about that today. Yeah, I went to call her yesterday. That's the one thing that I don't think I'm gonna get used to is just calling. At least I realized it this time, because the last few times I went to call her, I let it go to her voicemail, and I was like, oh. And this is heartbreaking. her whatever carrier she had, they swapped her the voicemail that she used to have, because it used to say her full name, and man, I got like, because when it was just like, you have reached blah 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 blah, I was anyway, thanks guys, I appreciate you supporting me and supporting the stream, and again, shout out to my mom, rest in peace. Okay, so that brought me back down to thank you Andrija whatever bot thing, because you just made it so my brain was like, hey, back to work, asshole. Finish my tea, smoke, and we're gonna I know I've been teasing Tulsi. No, don't do it. I almost did the capture card thing again. All right, here we go. All right, we did it. We did it without actually deactivating the capture card today, so that's kind of nice. Which again, I still can't figure out my freaking audio. Give me one sec. Good on those folks for going after Mike Huckabee. What are they doing with Mike Huckabee? Here, give me a second. Let me smoke this and then show on the road. Oh. Well, that is more important. Treats for Hong Kong Phooey. I loved Hong Kong Phooey. I have a Hong Kong Phooey like stuffed like plushie somewhere. I gotta find that. Oh. All right, you guys sit. There you go. Okay, so he doesn't know he's on a diet. This is it's working though, because you doing the intermittent treats. That's helping. Because I talked to my vet about it. She said specifically, if I'm not giving him like just a bowl full of treats or just like, you know, one treat after another, she's like, no, that's gonna keep his. It's the same with humans. It's gonna keep his metabolism going. So, Buckaroo Banzai, dude. So I'm meeting Peter Weller at C2E2, which is Chicago Comic-Con. And man, I'm a huge RoboCop fan, but I just happen to know where to get this really, really cool Buckaroo Banzai. I cannot ever say that. Print. It's a really sick-ass art print. So I'd be able to get that there, too. All right, let's get the stand cam off since he decided he's going to be a butt. And let me smoke. Oh, much better. What's up, Undead Banana? Good to see you, bud. I haven't seen you in a minute. Did you pop into stream yesterday? Because I could have sworn I saw you, then I shouted you out, and then I was just like, wait, I do not see him. Yes, no shit, dude. Oh my God, that's exactly who she looks like. You know, because I always thought that she had the, like, it's Rogue. I mean, it literally looks like Rogue from the X-Men, especially when she was a little bit younger. But yeah, no, Cruella DeVille. That tracks. That tracks. All right, guys. You have a few merch items. Nice, nice. I might have to make some space too, because Comic-Con's gonna do that. All right. All right, let's see what Tulsi had to say at the House committee. Man, talk about a bad day to have like she was already scheduled to have this meeting, and that's when the whole scandal broke, and they put her like right in front of the fire. So let's take a look.
Senator, I can attest to the fact that there were no classified or intelligence equities that were included in that chat group at any time.
So,
and I
so the
defer,
attack sequencing and timing and weapons and targets, you don't consider should have been classified?
I defer
or were
to the
classified?
Secretary of Defense, the National Security Council on that question.
With respect to
Texas, what?
the assertions and the allegations that there was strike packages or
Oh, Simply Steve. Hey, what up, dude? By the way,
targeting
forgot
information
to
or
welcome you
things
in.
that relate to DOD, as I pointed out, the Secretary of Defense is the original classification authority for
there it goes.
determining whether something's classified or not. And as I've understood from media reports, the Secretary of Defense has said the information was not classified.
Did this conversation at
Oh, Undead Banana was gifted a membership. That's why his name showed
some
up.
point
Thank you.
include
I knew I saw it.
information on weapons packages, targets, or timing?
Not that I'm aware of.
Director Gabbard, same question.
Same answer, and defer to the Department of Defense on that question.
So I understand that DoD policy prohibits discussion of even what is called controlled unclassified information, or CUI, on unsecured devices.
Except is it happy hour yet? I
Are
mean,
both of you-
we established yesterday that his noon is essentially that's
Are you aware
his
of
happy
that
hour.
DoD policy?
Not familiar with the DOD policy, but I would say that the Secretary of Defense is the original classification authority for DOD in deciding what would be classified information.
The deliberation between principals in our national security apparatus about whether or not to strike another country, would you consider that to be classified information?
Pre-decisional strike deliberation should be conducted through classified channels.
So the question has to be posed to Secretary Hegseth whether he declassified the information and at what point he did declassify it. Do you agree?
Yes, I defer questions to the Secretary of Defense.
But as you've indicated previously,
her
perhaps the
pleading
Secretary
the
of
Fifth?
Defense was discussing
Their version of pleading the fifth is literally throwing Hegseth under the bus. That's kind of funny.
classified information, and only
I
he
defer to
can
the boss.
be held accountable in
He's the
terms
one-
of whether
he
it was
did it.
classified or declassified at this point.
Guys, I'm starting to think that like all of them are going to throw him under the bus, and that Hegseth is on the chopping block, and they're all gunning for his job.
When he spoke, is that accurate?
Well, I didn't say it that way. I said the Secretary of Defense is the original classification authority, and my understanding is that his comments are that any information that he shared was not classified.
But you have no way to verify that.
I don't.
Sabrina, the president,
All right,
though,
cool.
is saying that everyone else was using Signal. We're all doing it. Why don't you, in some respects? Is that standard in the federal government for data like this?
It is not. And when I was at the White House, when I was at the Pentagon, I didn't have Signal on my work
Tulsi has to play the long game to keep her boss Putin happy. She's in survival mode.
phone. And so Signal is not
mean, she's an easy
app
target.
that should be used
Or he's an easy
by
target,
government
yeah.
officials. On our work phones, what we were
Yeah,
doing,
he did to himself.
I mean, you have classified systems and you have unclassified systems.
It's all on Pete, bro. We were just following orders. What's up?
The unclassified systems, phones, emails,
Hey,
those are separate
Coy.
from
How you doing?
classified systems. And what is so damaging and harmful in this reporting is that Secretary Hegseth took classified information and moved it into a non-secure format. And even though they're denying that there was classified information in these text threads, anytime there's a military operation, before an operation, if it is true that Secretary Hegseth
chillin',
put the
hell yeah.
locations, the timing, and the targets in that thread, that is classified. That is an operation. And so what he did was put those fighter pilots at risk. And that does warrant an investigation.
Trying to make the end of the workday.
Using Signal to discuss
Here he goes.
operations as sensitive as the
got the
strikes against
shakes.
the Houthis on a government or a personal phone.
First, all I would say is the strikes against the Houthis, that night
Is that guy behind him there to like pinch him?
were
Or is that his Russian handler?
devastatingly effective. And I'm incredibly proud of the courage and skill of the troops. And they are ongoing and continue to be devastatingly effective. The last place I would want to be right now is a Houthi in Yemen who wants to disrupt freedom of navigation. So the skill and courage of our troops is on full display. It's a complete opposite approach from the fecklessness of the Biden administration. President Trump said peace through strength will be brought back. Freedom of navigation will return. And that's exactly what.
If this is what the MAGA crowd wants to stand up for, like if this is what they want to, if this is the hill they want to die on, okay.
We're doing. As I also
Man, when are they going to learn? It's like, nah, maybe we should cut this one.
stated yesterday,
But, all
nobody's
right.
texting war plans. And that's all.
I can only give so much credit on them standing behind each other because this one is detrimental to your broader movement. And I think that enough people are starting to, that aren't Lincoln Project, Republicans that are starting to see that.
So those same troops that you are proud of, do you
bobbing his head a lot.
regret putting information like the ones you did in the Signal chat that could endanger those same American service members?
Nobody's texting more plans. I know exactly what I'm doing, exactly what we're directing, and I'm really proud of what we accomplished. A successful mission.
Only you move communications like that because they are either stupid or they're sending it to other people who probably should not be getting these texts. Yep.
That night and going forward.
The fake denial stance.
It was all on
The Atlantic faked it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, then you got the Fox News angle where it's just like, oh, of all the people, it's like, that. Then be mad at that. Why would they give it to the enemy? Why aren't you bringing that up? The mental gymnastics that they had to pull in, dude, you ever seen a writer's room? This was definitely more hectic than any writer's room you've ever seen because they were just like, guys, this is unbelievable. Like, what are we going to do? What are we going to do?
Because this is an important point. He is talking about the effectiveness of the troops, comparing it to what he called the fecklessness of the Biden administration's approach to this, and that he was proud of the troops because the strikes against the Houthis was devastatingly effective, to use his own words. But then he was very particular when he answered the question. Nobody's texting war plans. He did not go into the rest of the information about what else could have been. Is that enough to suggest that the reporting is inaccurate?
I don't think it is. I mean,
he literally looks like he's just an annoyed child, like, get to it, because I know I made a boo-boo, I gotta get through this. I just gotta get through this. If I can get through another 2 weeks of this news cycle where they just forget about this, then I'll be fine. I'll be fine.
At this point, he is saying, war plans, correct me if I'm wrong, anyone here, especially someone who's worked for the Defense Department, but I don't think there's one legal term for war plans. He might be using his own discretion to describe what exactly the war plans are.
Tragic mammal. You were the TM in my phone. Oh, no.
In this instance. Look,
how
what
did
Jeffrey
that happen?
Goldberg reported is that there was sensitive details on this.
That's how you knew my strike plans in Fortnite.
Military strike.
I don't even play Fortnite.
Sent in this group chat just 2 hours before the strike. I think any person
they literally texted war plans. I know. Yeah, this is worse than the news really is just. I can't even use the term whitewashing because they're doing a bad job of it, but they are trying to just soften that edge where they're just like, okay, listen, this is bad, but it's like squeaky knife bad, not like, kitchen knife bad.
That's reading this would consider that to be.
Meanwhile, it's freaking like, oh my God, that's a switchblade.
Plans for a war, right? So he might be using his own discretion there, but at this point, you're right. We have not heard a specific answer and a detailed answer from the Secretary of Defense of why were you talking about this just in general on Signal? Obviously, what checks were in place to ensure who else was in this channel? Why not talk about this in the space?
This reminds me of the Hillary leaks. That's kind of where all right, so the Facebook takes that I've been seeing on this one. So your, 60-something-year-old aunt is the one who loves Kamala a little too much in my life. Not trying to call her out or nothing, but I did see that's their new thing where they're just like, I don't ever want to hear about Kamala or Hillary's emails again, and that's fine. if I didn't see it over and over and over.
The government creates for these sensitive conversations as well.
Are you not just own up to it at this point? This is some hardcore attempts at gaslighting. Yeah, dude. And the thing is, their own base is just like, no, no. You're having enough Republicans that are like veterans that are just like, yo, dude, if I did this, I would have been court-martialed. This is fucked up. Like,
I don't think that answer will.
I saw somebody on TikTok say that. They're just like, listen, I voted for Trump. It's like I voted for him. I love him. But guess what? I do not agree with this. I think, and they're like, fire Pete Hegseth. It was just like, he said it. I mean, he's wearing the red hat. He must be telling the truth. It's definitely not a parody account.
Arose by any other name. It's not a
Hillary is. Did you guys see her tweet?
war plan I tweeted.
But my emails.
It was not a war plan that I sent.
I had to say, if that was actually her, all right.
Okay, maybe it was classified or sensitive information about location or strategy or anything else. It's
Just
not
like
the
I
same.
admit it with Trump, funny's funny. So if she made it funny, it's kind of like Splinter. I made a funny.
Umbrella and the point the same?
Look, I go back to I think this administration has been straightforward from the very beginning, and I don't think that, to me, I don't see him playing games here with war plans. I see where we can parse it out. But again, I'm going to take him at his word. We have Mike Walls taking responsibility.
No, they can't keep the lies straight because that's the thing. Everybody was already kind of like lockstep in their message, and then Hegseth fucked up, and he was just like, nah, it's the guy, fake news. It's definitely fake news. And they were like, nah, dude, we already own this one, you dumbass.
For this, so we have to take him at his word. And so I don't know what other suggestion there is to do, whether it is to release all of the information, but I mean, that's up to the administration, and that to me is what we're going to break, Walgo, is that I think that's what their review is all about, and that's what I assume this administration will continue to do.
The thing about the review, too, I believe it's out of the NSC in the White House right now. One test that this creates, too, is, Kash Patel said that he would lead an FBI that would be independent in his confirmation hearings. Pam Bondi saying the same thing. Will we actually see any review from the Justice Department on this, or the FBI? It does create a real test there for that.
And Donald Trump also fired all of the inspector generals, who are also the check on the agencies as well.
According to open source reporting at 11:44 on the morning.
Weird how the guys that would actually have raised the alarm about this in the first place they're gone.
Of March 15th, Secretary Hegseth put into this group text a detailed operation plan, including targets, the weapons we were going to be using, attack sequences, and timing. And yet you've testified that nothing in that chain was classified. Wouldn't that be classified? What if that had been made public that morning before the attack took place?
Senator, I can attest to the fact that there were no classified or intelligence equities that were included.
How is she more annoying to hear right now?
In that chat.
Why? Look, this is more annoying than her usual, her voice has always kind of pissed me off, but right now when she clicked that microphone and her monotone, Senator, you know what? I have to defer to the DOD.
My source tonight, you just heard from there, an independent senator from Maine, Senator Angus King, and thank you so much for being here. You seemed quite skeptical of the argument about this discussion not being classified, what they were talking about. If imminent military strikes aren't classified, Senator, what is?
Well, that was exactly the question I asked. I mean, you heard the question. According to Jeffrey Goldberg, and he quite responsibly didn't report the details, but he said that Hegseth's text talked about the timing, the weapons, the targets, the sequencing. And as you say, if that isn't classified, I don't know what is. And I don't know. I don't understand the witnesses today saying that it wasn't classified. And of course, I followed up by saying, well, if it wasn't classified, then give us the whole text chain. Because if it isn't classified, let's see it here at the committee. And of course, there were no takers on that offer. And Caitlin, people talking about this being a mistake, that seems to be the word of the day to defense. Well, it was a mistake. Well, you and I have probably, texted to the wrong person by mistake, or perhaps joined a group that it wasn't the right one that we thought. But you're not the Director of National Intelligence, and I'm not the Secretary of Defense.
We've all had that one moment where you're just like, oh no,
national security officials in the country. And they were on a text chain that the Pentagon themselves, ironically, had said.
Getting ready for work. I had that manager last night that doesn't let me wear my AirPods on sales floor. Oh,
Don't use
man.
for this kind of purpose. And they were discussing national security affairs, and it doesn't pass the straight face
Caitlin
test.
Collins. Are you talking about Caitlin Collins?
None of
She's
this
not MAGA.
was classified. We're going to find that out,
Is she?
and we'll find out, I believe, reasonably shortly, what was in that text chain, because the administration can't now say, well, we can't tell you because it's state secrets or it's classified, because their director of national intelligence said about 10 times that it isn't classified. It was a very frustrating hearing.
Yeah, well, here, let's actually, this is part 2. This just happened today, so.
I will adjourn this open session following completion of one round of questions, and we will then move into a closed session where such questions can be asked. Second, I want to inform the audience that while I fully support constitutionally protected free speech and the right to assemble, this is not the time or place. Any would-be disruptors in the audience who interfere with the committee's business will not be tolerated. For this event,
this is the actual C-SPAN or Associated Press cover
questions and complete answers from the
video of it.
witnesses
So
within those allotted
what do we
5
got?
minutes. Any last questions that can't be answered in time will be submitted for the record. In the same manner in which the
We're
House
gonna
Permanent
just,
Select Committee on Intelligence
watch
has conducted itself in the recent
Tulsi
worldwide
squirm with
threats
the
hearings,
first few
I
round
expect that
or
we'll
first
continue to
round
act
of
in a
questions
bipartisan and
here.
respectful manner during today's event. I'm confident all members can treat each of our witnesses today with due
If we
respect.
feel like it's
consistent
going
with
on too
past
long, then we'll
practice.
dip.
This worldwide threats hearing provides the American people the opportunity to hear directly from our intelligence community leadership on the threats that face our nation. It's my pleasure to welcome our witnesses to today's hearing. Director of National Intelligence, the Honorable Tulsi Gabbard. Director of Central Intelligence Agency, the Honorable John Ratcliffe. Director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Honorable Kash Patel. Director of National Security Agency.
This is getting out of hand. I just got Pete Hex's lunch order.
General Tim Hawk. Director of Defense Intelligence Agency, Lieutenant General Jeffrey Cruz. Thank you all for being here. First, I want to address an issue that was made public earlier this week regarding a group text message exchange that included several members of President Trump's national security leadership team and a journalist. Yesterday, our colleagues on the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence held their hearing on the annual threat assessment.
I had to speed it up because this is, I just want to get to the Tulsi part.
Unfortunately, instead of
and trust me, he's fine. Like, we could technically turn the speed off on his portion here. It's everybody else. And I just figured, let's just get used to
exploring
it.
the real and existential threats that face our nation, which is the purpose of this hearing. This issue
I
consumed
don't like
most
using
of their
sped up
time.
chat.
While I will address this topic further in my questions, it's
being
my
on it,
sincere hope
but
that we use this hearing
sometimes you gotta,
to
man.
discuss the many foreign threats facing our nation. I have deep concerns about the state of our national security. The war between Russia and Ukraine has just surpassed 3 years.
Okay, we get it.
It now includes North Korean troops on the battlefield.
This is why.
Iran remains the world's largest state sponsor of
get
terrorism,
it.
supporting terrorist organizations throughout
Terror,
the Middle East like
blah,
Hezbollah
blah, blah,
and Hamas,
blah, blah,
fueling
blah,
the
blah,
latter's war
blah.
with Israel
Here,
and Gaza.
ask your damn question.
I read the unclassified report, and I found a lot of continuity in the IC's assessment about critical threats to our national security compared to last year's assessment. The IC continues to see threats from our principal adversaries, China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea. I must say, though, that after these last 2 months, I'm worried that the call may be coming from inside the House. This report calls Russia, and I quote, an enduring potential threat to U.S. power, presence, and global interests.
Be honest, chat. Tulsi's ultra MILF.
But as far as I can tell, we're now on Team Kremlin.
Behave.
We vote with them and against our allies in the United Nations.
I feel like I have to say that
We
across.
humiliate President Zelensky in the Oval Office.
That's not. That was like if Dr. Evil was making fun of Austin
The
Behave.
president's chief Russian negotiator, Steve Witkoff, is repeating
I don't know how
Russian
that one got
talking
pulled
points
out.
and participating on a madcap signal chat about an attack on Yemen
Madcap.
while inside Russia.
It's 420.
USAID is gone, and with it, all American soft power. If I had time, I would ask the generals at this table about what it means to our national security to give up our soft power. We're no longer helping struggling nations in Africa. China, or worse, terrorists, are filling the vacuum. I wonder how many of those African countries will be named in next year's threat assessment. Thanks to Doge, the men we paid to guard the most vicious ISIS terrorists in the world in Syria walked off the job. Do you think we'll see their names in this document next year? Elon Musk fired the people who maintain our nuclear weapons. Does that feel like a threat to you? Apparently, all of this mayhem is cheered by the President of the United States and by 20-somethings with laptops and nicknames like Big Balls. But I've been doing this for a long time, and I know that Moscow and Beijing and Tehran and Pyongyang cannot believe their luck. Now we come to learn that people in the most dangerous and sensitive jobs on the planet put extremely specific pre-decisional discussions about a military attack on signal, which could be intercepted by the Russians and the Chinese. Everyone here knows that the Russians or the Chinese could have gotten all of that information, and they could have passed it on to the Houthis, who easily could have repositioned weapons and altered their plans to knock down planes or sink ships. I think.
But it didn't happen. We learned our lesson. That's what Trump, I swear to God, that's how Trump is handling this. They learned their lesson. You know what? He made it. He made the oopsie. Everybody gets a second chance.
I think that it's by the awesome grace of God that we are
really,
not mourning
Trump?
dead
Really?
pilots
Really?
right
Okay.
now. The two general officers sitting at the table and the people who work for all of you know that if they had set up and participated in the signal chat, they would be gone.
Yeah.
And they know that there's only one.
No, the fact is, this is illegal. Like, this was, they need to make a bigger deal of this.
One response to a mistake of this magnitude. You apologize, you own it, and you stop everything until you can figure out what went wrong and how it might not ever happen again.
Yeah.
But that's not what happened. The Secretary of Defense responded with a brutal attack on the reporter who did not ask to be on the signal chain. Yesterday, our former colleague Mike Waltz did the same in the White House and then went on Fox
But he infiltrated the signal chat with his initials.
to call Jeff Goldberg a
So
loser.
confusing. JG, I mean, come on, there's JGs everywhere.
What do you think the people who work for you are seeing and learning from that?
Jeff Goldblum? I mean, hey now. Guys, did you know? I just got this weird text from Pete Hegseth. Hey, man.
Now, except for that last part, almost all of the mayhem slowly eroding our safety, our standing, and our security in the world has largely happened outside the IC. If you had a part in that, and I suspect you did, I thank you. I'll say it now and I'll say it again every time we see each other over the next couple of years. You must protect the thousands of patriots who go to work every day under you to keep us safe. You need to go to work every day thinking about their morale, their well-being, and their protection. I've done
John Goodman.
intelligence oversight for more than a decade. It's my job to ask you the tough questions and maybe even make you uncomfortable. John,
Literally anybody with the initials JG just is like, what the fuck?
I don't ever walk through your lobby and look at those 140 stars on the wall without choking up over the fact that men and women far better than I will give their lives to keep us safe.
There's no way other countries should share intelligence with the USA anymore.
There's about a dozen people in this room who know all their stories.
That definitely is the equivalent of like one of your friends, you know, tells one of your big secrets and you're just like, hey, why don't you go in the other room? I'm talking to people. It's just like, what? It's like, no, you did this to yourself.
And you know, and I know, that many of the men and women who have stars on that wall died because of bad decisions or poor judgment by their leaders. We've all worked together before.
877 cash
and
now.
recent events notwithstanding.
Do not get if you're trying to get.
We need you to succeed. Your people and our safety requires you to succeed. I really hope you do.
I have a structured settlement and I need cash now.
But let me say now that if some overcaffeinated 20-year-old succeeds in firing your linguists or your mathematicians or your paramilitary officers, if you shut down some unit because Steve Bannon or Seb Gorka doesn't like it, America will be left
Undead Banana, I plead the fifth. Dude, the thing is, they're not. They're not pleading the fifth. Tulsi Gabbard could have pled the fifth all day yesterday. They didn't. They kept deferring back to Pete Hegseth. That's why I'm like, oh, no. They're throwing him under the bus. He's in Hawaii, and they're doing, like, literally, it's Tulsi and the guy who started the group chat, the guy who's technically, it was his fault. He's even going like, I defer to Pete Hegseth because,
and people will get hurt.
Come on,
and
man.
I and this
I
committee
love how dumb they think their base is.
will be very unkind.
And they got Mr. Himes here essentially calling it out in the nicest way and like most professional way he could. He's like, oh shit, I'm on.
Gentleman yields. Now recognize Director Gabbard to make a statement on behalf.
Guys, conspiracy. She's the leader. She's the shadow leader. She's controlling everything. I've actually, okay, I'm not trying to do a call out. I just think it is funny because Honeybee was she was watching another conspiracy streamer, and they were talking about how, like, in another one of these Senate committees, they kept showing, like, how an aide would correct somebody, and they showed an aide correcting Bernie Sanders, and they're just like, yeah, look, this is who's actually controlling America. I was just like, man, it's like I don't think you understand how common this is, and how this is like, yeah, interesting video until you realize what it actually is.
Chairman Crawford and Ranking Member Himes, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity for
So
us to
boring.
be here to present the 2025 annual
Honorable
threat assessment. I'm joined here by my colleagues.
This reminds me of Liar Liar, where and the honorable and everybody's just like, he's like,
and the CIA, DIA, FBI, and NSA. Our testimony
Your
today
ma.
offers the collective assessment of the 18 U.S. intelligence
that
elements
movie's
making up
rules.
the U.S. intelligence community and draws on the intelligence collection and information available to the IC from open source and private sector and the expertise of our analysts. It evaluates what the IC assesses most threatens our people and our nation's ability to live in a peaceful, free, secure, and prosperous society. As you know very well, we face an increasingly complex threat environment that is threatening us here at home and our interests abroad. I'll begin by focusing on what most immediately
oh, when am I bringing her on?
and directly
you know
threatens
what?
the United States and the well-being of the American
With everything
people.
that's been going on, I kind of I tuned out from like all of my crossover planning. I need to get back on that. You just kind of reminded me. I got to put out some emails.
Non-state
Oh,
criminal
shit.
groups and terrorists putting
Speaking
American
of-
lives
Oh, I'm so bad about
and
this.
livelihood at risk. I'll then move on to focus on the key nation
why?
states who have the capability to threaten
Don't
our
email me,
security and the
guys.
interests
I'm
of the
really bad
United
at
States. Cartels, gangs, and other transnational criminal organizations in our part of the world are
tell me I
engaging in a
missed
wide
it.
array of illicit activity, from
I did.
narcotics trafficking to money laundering, to smuggling of illegal immigrants and human trafficking, which endanger the health, welfare, and safety of everyday Americans. Based on our latest reporting available for the year-long period ending October 2024, cartels were largely responsible for the deaths of more than 54,000 American citizens due to synthetic opioids. Mexico-based transnational criminal organizations are the main suppliers of illicit fentanyl to the U.S. market and are quickly adapting to enforcement and regulatory pressures by using multiple sources and methods to procure precursor chemicals and equipment, primarily from China and India, many of which are dual-use chemicals used in legitimate industries. Independent fentanyl producers are also increasingly fragmenting the drug trade in Mexico. The ready availability of precursor chemicals and ease of making illicit fentanyl have enabled independent actors to increase illicit fentanyl production and smuggling operations in Mexico. Cartels are profiting from human trafficking and have likely facilitated more than 2 million illegal immigrants encountered by law enforcement at the U.S. southwest border in 2024 alone, straining our vital resources and putting the American people at risk. Criminal groups drive much of the unrest and lawlessness in the Western Hemisphere. They also engage in extortion, weapons and human smuggling, and other illicit and dangerous revenue-seeking operations, including kidnapping for ransom, forced labor, and sex trafficking. While some of these key drivers of migrants are expected to persist, heightened U.S. border security enforcement and
Oh,
deportations
Allie, I just got your email.
under the Trump administration are proving to serve as a deterrent for migrants seeking to illegally cross our borders. U.S. Border Patrol apprehensions along the southwest border in January 2025 dropped 85% from the same period in 2024. Transnational Islamist extremists such as ISIS and Al-Qaeda and affiliated jihadi groups continue to pursue, enable...
Breaking news. Top Trump officials' private data and passwords have surfaced online, including Pete Hegseth, Mike Waltz, and Tulsi Gabbard. This data could potentially be used by America's enemies to hack into the unsecured signal chat where the discussed war plans.
Or inspire attacks against the United States and
Holy shit, guys.
our citizens
Holy
abroad
shit.
and within the homeland to advance their ultimate objective of establishing a global Islamist caliphate.
Just when you thought it
This
couldn't
includes
get any
heightened efforts to
worse.
spread their ideology to recruit and radicalize individuals in the U.S. and the West. While the New Year's
Tulsi. Oh, this is so weird because this is a few hours old. Oh my God. Does she know that it leaked while she's... oh my God. Did they know? Did they know? Because this was this just broke. I just got this from Brian Tyler Cohen. Holy shit, dude. Not like you sent it to me, you know, personally. It was in my freaking notifications.
Day attacker in New Orleans
That'd be cool.
had no known direct contact
like,
with ISIS terrorists.
leftist
He was
pamphlet.
influenced and radicalized by
part of
ISIS
it.
ideological propaganda, as one example. Al-Qaeda and its affiliates continue to call for attacks against the United States as they conduct
Anonymous
attacks
at work.
overseas. These jihadist groups have shown their ability to adapt and evolve, including using new technology and tactics to spread their ideology and recruit new followers. A range of non-state cyber criminals are also targeting our economic interests, our critical infrastructure, and advanced commercial
Signalgate, BTC got my phone. Wait a minute.
capability for extortion, other coercive pursuits, and
Didn't think about
financial
that.
gain. These actors are using a variety of tactics, including phishing, ransomware, and denial
I just rolled the dice randomly. Guys. Hold on. I'm going to just lightly pick it up and then lift it. I just rolled a nat 20.
Denial of service attacks to disrupt our systems and steal sensitive and lucrative information, using available technologies and taking advantage of U.S. cyber vulnerabilities.
Undead over here simping hard for Tulsi.
Ransomware actors last year, for example, attacked the largest payment processor for U.S. healthcare institutions, and another set of criminal actors conducted cyber attacks against U.S. water utilities. Some of these non-state cyber actors also operate as proxies for or emulate similar activities being carried out by major state actors. The IC sees China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea engaging in activities that could challenge U.S. capabilities and interests, especially related to our security and economy. They are in some cases working together in different areas to target U.S. interests and to protect themselves from U.S. sanctions. At this point, the IC assesses that China is our most capable strategic competitor. Under the leadership of Xi Jinping, the People's Republic of China seeks to position itself as a leading power in the world stage, economically, technologically, and militarily. Beijing is driven in part by a belief that Washington is pursuing a broad effort to contain China's rise and undermine CCP rule. China's most serious domestic challenge is probably China's slowing economy and the potential instability that could occur if socioeconomic grievances lead to large-scale unrest. Growing economic tensions with the United States and other countries could also weigh on China's...
Hold on, guys. I'm going to interrupt this with breaking news. Are you serious? It's not like the first thing on here? Ground news. The art of incompetence. What? What? There's no way it can be that new. Oh, hold on. All right, well, let's get back to this. And
plans for economic growth and domestic job creation. China's military is fielding advanced capabilities, including hypersonic weapons, stealth aircraft, advanced submarines, stronger space and cyber warfare assets, and a larger arsenal of nuclear weapons. While it appears they would like to develop and maintain positive ties with the United States and the Trump administration to advance its own interests and avoid conflict, China is building its military capability in part to gain an advantage in the event of a military conflict with the United States around the issue of China's efforts towards unification with the Republic of China, or Taiwan. Beijing is advancing its cyber capabilities for sophisticated operations aimed at stealing sensitive U.S. government and private sector information and pre-positioning additional asymmetric attack options that may be deployed in a conflict. China's cyber activities have been linked to multiple high-profile breaches, including last year's massive compromise of U.S. telecom infrastructure, commonly referred to as Salt Typhoon. Beijing currently dominates global markets and strategically important supply chains, for example, with the mining and processing of several critical minerals. In December, China imposed an export ban to the United States on gallium, germanium, and antimony, all of which are important to the production of semiconductors and our defense technologies. This was in direct response to U.S. export controls on chips designed to broadly limit PRC access to advanced chips and chip-making equipment.
Interesting.
China also aims to compete in other critical global industries, including AI, legacy semiconductor chip production, biomanufacturing,
okay, so I'm just hoping BTC didn't get ahead of himself.
And genetic sequencing, and medical and pharmaceutical supply production. Russia's nuclear and conventional military capabilities, along with its demonstrated economic and military resilience, make it a...
Undead, chill, bro, chill. You're getting a little too, like, hey, man, like, calm down, calm down.
Formidable...
I would say this if we were at a bar, too. It's just like, bro.
Competitor. Moscow has more nuclear weapons than any other...
Well, for just being like, okay, yeah, you make your case, but...
nation.
Come on.
It could inflict catastrophic damage on the United States and the world in the event of a major war that Russian leaders feared put them and their regime...
I gotta stop saying that.
...at serious risk. In late 2024, Russia announced updates to its public nuclear doctrine, expanding the conditions under which Russia would consider using nuclear weapons. Russia is building a more modern and survivable nuclear force designed to circumvent U.S. missile defense through reliable retaliatory strike potential. It intends to deter the U.S. by holding the U.S. homeland at risk and by having the capabilities to threaten nuclear war in a conflict.
Okay.
Russia's developed advanced cyber capabilities and has attempted to pre-position access to U.S.
They gave her this much time to read her report and not answer questions. Here,
I want to talk about, before I get into the threats, I want to talk about something we've talked about in this committee and in this setting before. We've had IC agency leaders commit to complying with our document requests but not follow through. And I don't know if this is due to direction from previous administration or middle management obstruction.
about what your responsibilities are and my obligation to keep you fully and currently informed, and I will do that.
Appreciate that. General Cruz.
Chairman, of course, you have our continuing
Glazing.
support on this critically important effort for the nation.
Thank you. I
Oh,
appreciate
Cash
that.
Patel is here. Here we go.
Following update.
Here, Mr. Himes.
Director
We're
Patel,
going to
you
just
said-
fast forward to Himes pretty
Yield
much.
And recognize Ranking Member Himes for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm gonna.
There's something I
I
care
gotta
as much
eat a
about
Pringle or
as
two
the national
to
security of the
enjoy
United States,
this.
the powers and prerogatives of this Congress and its oversight duties. So I want to spend a minute or so on yesterday's testimony in front of the Senate and direct these questions in particular to Director Patel and Director Gabbard. Yesterday, Senator Heinrich asked, did this conversation, referring to the signal chat, include information on weapons, packages, targets, or timing? Director Patel, you said not that I'm aware of. Director Gabbard, you said same answer. This morning we learned that the signal chat included the following update, forward-looking update from the Secretary of Defense. Time now, 11:44 Eastern Time. Weather is favorable. Just confirmed with CENTCOM. We are go for mission launch. 12:15 Eastern Time. F-18 launch. First strike package. 13:45 trigger-based F-18. First strike window starts. Target terrorist is at his known location, so should be on time. Also, strike drones launch. MQ-9s. 14:10. More F-18s launch. Second strike. Do either of the directors want to reflect? Senate, you were on this. You were on the signal check, correct?
No.
Okay, but did you review the material
It wasn't classified because it was on Signal.
on the signal chat?
No, I wasn't on it.
Director Gabbard.
That's the reason that it wasn't classified.
Yes, Ranking Member. My answer yesterday was based on my recollection or the lack thereof on the details that were posted there. I was not, and what was shared today reflects the fact that I was not directly involved with that part of the signal chat and replied at the end reflecting the effects, the very brief effects that the
That's
National
weird.
Security
It says
Advisor
here that you
had
were.
shared.
So it's your testimony that less than 2 weeks ago, you were on a signal chat that had all of this information about F-18s and MQ-9 Reapers and targets on strike, and you in that 2-week period simply forgot that that was there. That's your testimony?
My testimony is I did not recall the exact details of what was included there.
That was not your testimony. Your testimony was that you were not aware of anything related to weapons packages, targets, and timing.
As the testimony yesterday continued on, there were further questions related to that, where I acknowledged that there was conversation about weapons, and I don't remember the exact wording that I used, but I did not recall the specific details that were included.
Director Gabbard, you've reasserted that there was no classified information. I think we can all agree that that information shouldn't have been out there. But let me ask you this. Are you familiar with the ODNI's classification guidance?
I'm familiar with it.
Oh, shit. Undead. Apparently this is Der Spiegel? Spiegel.de?
Copy right here.
Here. I'll send you the
if
link.
If I read you a part of that guidance, I wonder if you could tell me what the level of classification indicated is. I'm reading from your classification
this is in
guidance,
German.
And the criteria
don't know how
is
to read
information
German.
providing indication or advance warning that the U.S. or its allies are preparing an attack. Do you recall what your own guidance would suggest that that be classified?
I don't have the specifics in front of me, but it would point to what was shared would fall under the DoD's classification system and the Secretary of Defense's authority.
So let me help you because there's a very clear answer.
And what is not.
I guess you don't have it, but information providing, this is the ODNI guidance.
I love these gotcha moments. These are fun.
Information
I'm having
providing
fun.
indication or advance warning that the U.S. or its allies are preparing an attack should be classified as top secret. Do you disagree with that?
I don't disagree with that. I just point out that the DoD classification guidance is separate from the ODNI's classification guidance.
Do you think it would be
and
materially different?
Ultimately, the Secretary of Defense holds the authority to classify or declassify.
Mr. Hegseth?
Do you think it's likely that DoD guidance is materially different from what I just read?
I haven't reviewed the DoD guidance, so I can't comment.
Director Gabbard,
I like that Pringles are something that I could smugly snack on.
Punch emojis and fire emojis. It's a lack of sobriety.
Yes! No, it's the strongman emojis.
I don't mean that literally. But I have one last question for you because I think people really listen to what you have to say.
What up, distracting?
You, on March 15th, as DNI, retweeted a post from Ian Miles Chong, who is listed on RT.
Just real quick, this reminds me of the joke from Mitch Hedberg, where he's just like, I think that that Pringles, they used to be tennis ball. They used to make tennis balls, and then they got shipped a bunch of potatoes, and they were just like, you know what? And they made the best of it, and they were like, you know what? Chop them up.
That's Russia Today's website as, quote, a political and cultural commentator who has contributed content to RT since it.
Pringles is a laid-back company.
At least 2022. Director Gabbard, do you think that it's responsible for you as head of the intelligence community and the principal presidential intelligence advisor to retweet posts from individuals affiliated with Russian state media?
Nice.
That retweet came from my personal account, and I would have to go back to look at the substance of the tweet.
That came from my personal account. Look at... Man. Shocked Pikachu... Shocked Tulsi face is kind of like, oh. Oh, you're dumber than I thought.
Can I, just so that we don't have a lack of confusion amongst our allies and enemies and us, can I act perhaps that you not think that you should be saying one thing on your personal account than you say officially?
I maintain my First Amendment rights to be able to express my own personal views on different issues.
Thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields now. Recognize the distinguished Vice Chairman.
Not a great answer there, Tulsi.
Yeah, now, for
not
the
a great
first 30
answer.
seconds, Mr. Ratcliffe, or Director
Seriously.
Ratcliffe, formerly known as
Yikes.
Texas, from this Mississippi guy, I'd like to give you 30 seconds if you have anything to respond to what Ms. Gabbard Director Gabbard, I'm sorry, just said.
Well, Mississippi, it's good to see you again, and I appreciate the opportunity. You know, there's so much talk about this Atlantic article and about things that were said and that could have happened instead of a focus on what did happen. So my responsibility as CIA director, one of its responsibilities is to kill terrorists. And that's exactly what I did along with President Trump's excellent national security team. That's what we should be focused on. With regard to that article, I also would appreciate the opportunity to relay the fact that yesterday I spent 4 hours answering questions from senators as a result of that article that were intimating that I transmitted classified information because there were hidden messages. Those messages were revealed today and revealed that I did not transmit classified information, and that the reporter, who I don't know, I think intentionally intended it to indicate that. That reporter also indicated that I had released the name of an undercover CIA operative in that signal chat. In fact, I had released the name of my chief of staff, who is not operating undercover. That was deliberately false and misleading, and I appreciate the opportunity to reflect that my answers haven't changed. I used an appropriate channel to communicate sensitive information.
No, you didn't.
It
That's
was permissible
the
to do
problem.
so. I didn't transfer any classified
No.
information.
Again, this is the gaslighting that we were talking about, man. Like this, no. Nobody should fall for this. Every single person that is in the CIA is even saying, you don't use fucking Signal. And he's just like, this was an appropriate channel. This is the director of the CIA. This is why, guys, I'm not going to be able to watch any espionage movies for a long time and actually take them seriously. That's kind of, that took this away from me.
And at the end of the day, what is most important is that the mission was a remarkable success, is what everyone should be focused on here, because that's what did happen, not what possibly could have happened.
On that guy.
Thank you, Director Ratcliffe. Director Patel, thank you for the great job that you've
really
done.
addictive.
So, first of all, your coordination and trying to comply with the letter that was sent last year and the year before asking for the baseball shooting, of which what I got was basically what happened on the field, and I was there, so I don't need to know that, although no one from the FBI ever talked to me about what happened. They talked to people who were not there. But I appreciate your commitment to getting us the full unredacted report, or the redactions are to protect innocent people who are not part of the process, not the people who made decisions to classify that as suicide by cop, as opposed to an assassination attempt of many members of Congress, of which I was one. Thank you for your commitment, Director Patel, because I know that you will give us what we have asked for so that we can put this to rest. Mr. Winstrup, myself.
Ding balls. This is not serious enough for you?
And several others. Can I get your commitment to do that, Director Patel?
In fact, I just got an update, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Someone showed up in dad suit today.
For my team, you'll have all of those materials to you and your committee by the close of business today, or at the latest tomorrow morning.
And just really quickly, Director Ratcliffe, and I don't want to go over time. I think it's so important for everybody to have their time. Can you tell me the impact that DOJ has had in causing you to fire people you shouldn't have fired, or release people who are instruments of national security no longer there? Tell me if you've had any impact specifically that DOJ has caused you to lose someone who was necessary for national security.
Given the fact that as of this date, no one from DOJ has been on the CIA campus, and I've had no direct communication with DOJ other than conversations with Elon Musk at cabinet meetings, I would say the impact is zero.
Director Patel?
I'm in a similar situation. We do work with DOJ on government efficiencies, but I have not seen any negative impacts at the FBI.
Thank you very much. And Director Gabbard, it's good to see you again, too. I think we were freshmen together, you and I and Director Ratcliffe, and I'm here and you guys are there. Have you seen any impact across the whole IC that DOGE has caused things that you can't respond to?
Yeah, thank you, Congressman. It's great to see you all again here.
Glaze. Here, let's get a actual challenge.
Including lone wolves, white nationalists motivated by
focus on the direct threats that we have the ability to affect and impact. Some of those were included here that you mentioned with regard to the effects and impacts of USAID. That assessment has not yet been done, or at least to my knowledge, and was not considered to be included here.
Director Patel, this year's assessment, sir, confirms a threat I've worked on for a number of years, domestic extremists, including lone wolves, white nationalists motivated by racial or anti-government grievances, even religious grievances. Mr. Director, a few yes or no questions. Do you, sir, agree that these domestic threats must be addressed as thoroughly as foreign extremists?
All threats like that will be treated equally, yes, sir.
Is it true, sir, you moved personnel out of the FBI section responsible for countering domestic violent extremists?
I don't believe I did that.
Is it true, sir, that you've discussed disbanding this section?
I don't believe I've done that.
Will you pledge today, sir, not to disband this critical section?
Well, we have video of you doing it. I still don't believe I did that. That's not me.
I will pledge to you today that any personnel matters
if you've ever seen the movie X-Men, then you would know that that is Mystique.
That are being worked on.
We have actually, that's one of the shape-shifting squirrels. Yeah, we're in Marvel Universe now, right?
The congressional
Shit, sometimes I feel like I woke up and I am.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman,
Way
yes, and I
dumber
recognize the gentleman
version.
from Illinois, the former federal prosecutor, Mr. LaHood.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank all of our witnesses today for your service to our country. And I want to focus my questions this morning on FISA Section 702. And Director Ratcliffe, welcome back to the committee. In your confirmation hearing before the Senate, you were asked extensively about FISA and Section 702, and I think laid out a compelling narrative on how, as you described it, quote, how indispensable it is to national security.
Boring.
You were also asked about a warrant requirement on Section 702.
Ask a good question.
And your
not this
certainly
FISA
wouldn't
crap.
be
What's
collecting on
this?
a U.S. person.
Who's this guy?
No,
I haven't seen you before.
But if you did your job and collected it
Castro.
from the Russian Foreign Ministry and the National Security Advisor and the Secretary of Defense and the President's Chief Advisor, there is no way, having sat on this committee for 9 years, that somebody would come in with that information and give us something that says, unclassified, you can walk out of this room with this information and give it to whomever you want. You know, with all respect, you and I worked on the committee at the same time. Tulsi, you and I came in together. I've never had an issue of beef with you. John, you and I are both from Texas. Y'all know that's a lie. It's a lie to the country.
Yep.
I want to ask about the Alien Enemies Act really quick while I have time. The President has used the Alien Enemies Act, a wartime authority last used to detain German and Japanese nationals during World War II, to summarily deport people accused of being members of the Venezuelan gang Tren de Agua. To invoke this...
I was watching a clip today of Trump's mispronouncing it, where he's doing his famous where he reads like this, where I can't really see it. I mean, everybody made fun of Joe Biden. Technically, I'm doing the exact same thing. I got to squint. We're all old. Technically, we are all geriatrics, right? Right? No, but he was legit just... Tren de Agua.
Let's demonstrate that the United States is under invasion by a foreign nation.
And then when he finally got it right, he says it like this: Tren de Agua.
We are under invasion by the Venezuelan government. The idea that we are at war with Venezuela would come as a surprise to most Americans.
Our cartoon
The
president.
unclassified version of the annual threat assessment the intelligence community just released makes no mention of any invasion or war that we are fighting with the nation of Venezuela. You would think our nation being at war would merit at least a small reference in this threat assessment. And Director Ratcliffe, does the intelligence community assess that we are currently at war?
One of my favorite mistakes he made in the old administration was the storming of the beaches of the airport.
Or being invaded by the nation of Venezuela?
We have no assessment that says that.
Thank you. In invoking the law, the President alleged that Tren de Agua is, quote, undertaking hostile actions against the U.S. at the direction, clandestine or otherwise, of the Maduro regime in Venezuela. Director Gabbard, does the intelligence community assess that the Venezuelan government is directing Tren de Agua's hostile actions against the United States?
There are varied assessments that came from different intelligence community elements. I'll defer to Director Patel to speak specifically to the FBI assessment.
But let me ask you, so you're saying there are conflicting assessments that have come from the IC?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. we'll take it up in closed session. All right. You know, your threat assessment makes issue of, highlights fentanyl trafficking as a top threat in the United States, yet support for law enforcement cooperation with Mexico has been put on hold.
Trendy agua.
And there's been a threat of invasion to Mexico.
It would be trendy agua.
By the United States. You assess that Russia's advanced cyber capabilities.
See? Hey, look. Hey, Donald Trump, he totally supported us, man. Come on.
Make it a persistent counterintelligence cyber threat.
You know it's good water.
Yet the administration shut down the unit at the Cybersecurity Infrastructure Agency tasked with
Bongo de
stopping Russian
God.
cyber attacks. There's so many other ways that the actions of this administration have contradicted this threat assessment.
Bongo de God.
Is making the world and the United States more dangerous. Are you back?
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Thank you, Chairman Crawford. Thank you to all of our witnesses for being here. I look forward to working with each and every one of you to keep our country and our planet safe. I wanted to carry on the topic of Section 702 reauthorization. Representative LaHood and I
blah, blah, blah. Glaze. Let's ignore everything that just happened and is the largest news story.
The gentleman yields. Mr. Krishnamurthy.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to our witnesses for coming. Thank you for your service. Director Gabbard, you said no classified information was included in the signal chat, correct?
That's
I'm
correct.
not going to talk
President
about this.
Trump also said there was no classified information in the signal chat, and Secretary Hegseth said nobody was texting war plans. There was absolutely no classified info in that chat. Lieutenant General Cruz, I'd like to talk to you about a couple things real quick. Executive Order 13526, Section 1.4a. This is the Trump administration's executive order with regard to classified information. It says, information shall be classified if its unauthorized disclosure could reasonably be expected to cause damage to national security, including military plans, weapons systems, or operations. You don't disagree that that's accurately quoted, right?
That's an accurate quote from the executive order.
And DOD 5200.01, this is the DOD's manual on classification, says, quote, information shall be classified if its unauthorized disclosure could reasonably be expected to cause describable damage to national security. This includes military plans, weapon systems, or operations. You don't disagree that I quoted that accurately, right?
That's also an accurate quote.
Can I show you I'd like to show you the text that Secretary Hegseth actually published to the world. Now, Lieutenant General Cruz, as Ranking Member Himes said, it says, time now, weather is favorable. Just confirmed with CENTCOM, we are a go for mission launch.
She's like, how come I have to be the bulletin board aide? I don't want to be the board aide.
It's at 12:15 Eastern, F-18's
Every Kinko's manager in the area knows her. It's just like, hey, Rachel, what's he need today? He needs a picture of his phone again, you know.
First strike package. F-18s are military systems, correct? Weapon systems.
They are.
Okay. 1345, trigger-based F-18 first strike window starts. Target terrorist is at his known...
I do love this day and age where we can just come with these receipts where it's just like, bro, well, look, I made it really big for you.
Location, so should be on time. Also,
we got the big letters.
Launch, MQ-9s. MQ-9s is a weapon system, correct?
They are.
Okay. I think...
So my dad expects an OSS check this month. The computers have been crashing between Doge screwing with them and firing the people. A story with no coverage due to this, I think. Yeah, no shit. Actually, Allie was talking about that in chat yesterday, how she was on the phone for 5 hours with them.
Applying the executive order as well as the DOD...
And not like on the phone for 5 hours with them. Like she was on the phone for 5 hours just like, what, trying to get a hold of them, or about 4 hours and then an hour on?
To this fact pattern.
Actually, yeah. How did that timing work?
Been identified. That is classified information. Now, the reason why it's important that this information not be disclosed is that we don't want the adversaries to know what's about to happen, right, sir?
Well, I would draw a small...
Dude, I'm no body language expert, but every mofo on this council looks so uncomfortable when they continue to talk. Like, every time that they get a Republican on here that's like, thank you for your service, I would like to talk about SB 420, this very random glaze your nuts, thank you for your service again. And then it's just like, I yield back, and they're like, and then it's like, I would like to talk about this text exchange you had over Signal. It's like, crap.
Distinction there, you referenced and asked if that platform, those two platforms are weapon systems. They are, but those terms are used all across the globe in a lot of
I
contexts.
feel really bad for my dad. He's a year or two out from retirement, and he's worried SS will be gone by the time he gets out.
So it's really about how they're
Yeah, guess what? Before it was a 78% guarantee. Now,
used in the context of
good luck even trying to apply for it.
Clarify that the use of those.
I understand.
Thankfully, he has some pensions, but this is going to hit him hard. No, this is it. Yeah, dude, this is actually. I have a feeling this could make it so. Oh shit! I just realized that my situation with my mom is a little bit worse than I thought.
In this
Oh no! Oh no!
situation, those are operational details.
Oh, he didn't tell me about it. That's why, though.
They are operational details,
shit.
but again, as you quoted the DoD instruction, it's about operations. So as you further go down into what are the operational details, I think as we had a discussion yesterday, the important aspect, I think all of us are very familiar.
This is classified information. This is classified information. It's a weapon system as well as sequence of.
But it's not classified now. We made sure that we said it wasn't classified because we're the ones who would technically place this under classified. But classified
strikes as well as details about the operations. And so I think that just piggybacking off of what some other members have said, using the DoD's manual as well as the executive order in operation today with the Trump administration, this text message is clearly classified information.
Having an epiphany midstream. I actually kind of did. I'm like, oh no! I just realized I kind of overlooked something where had I probably been in like my whole like right mind, I would know. Like I would have seen it.
He needs to resign immediately. He needs to resign immediately, and a full investigation needs to be undertaken with regard to whether other similar signal chats are occurring in this administration. I'd like to turn my attention to.
They use the unclassified pen. It's technically a wand. It's like Harry Potter. You point with it, and it's like, see, whatever I just point to is unclassified. Your little bulletin board there, unclassified.
Another topic. Director Patel, according to the DOJ, in 2022, the FBI led Joint Terrorism Task Force, JTTF, in my hometown of Chicago.
I should not be throwing up those because technically I played Circle Game, but I just realized those are gang signs. No!
Valiantly led efforts to prevent a plot to attack Naval Station Great Lakes in Illinois. You don't dispute that, do you, sir?
I'm not familiar with it, but I don't dispute what you're telling me.
Thank you. A memo obtained by ABC.
Hey. That's literally Lake Illinois to you, sir.
7 News of Chicago.
Respect the name.
Said that this task force will now be, quote, actively supporting, close quote, the Department of Homeland Security and its immigration enforcement. You don't dispute that either, do you?
I'm just not familiar with it, sir.
Okay. Sir, I just have to say, the DOJ
Someone get that man a fitting jacket.
has now tasked JTTFs to shift some.
He literally looks like Dewey from Malcolm in the Middle. Went up to this with Bryan Cranston's jacket and glasses.
To immigration enforcement efforts. And I don't say this lightly. If there's a terrorist attack anywhere in the country, including in Chicago.
Lake Illinois. Yeah. It's not Lake Michigan anymore. It's Lake Illinois. You didn't know that, like, my great governor, Mr. Pritzker, he... that right there is going to piss off a lot of people. Where like even like on the left, they're like, "Oh, come on, man!"
And it was because the JTTFs in part shifted resources.
But yeah, he made it Lake Illinois.
They'll be held to pay. Thank you, sir.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Gabbard, was the target terrorist named in the text, or was it simply referred to as target terrorist?
The target was not named.
Thank you. Was the location named?
Congressman, no locations were named.
Thank you. Director Patel, there was a specific accusation made about how close we are working with Mexico currently. My understanding, and I want to congratulate you on this, and I think it shows a shift of focus at the FBI.
Why is he? What's with this dude's eyes? What's he so shifty about? He looks like that. He's like, oh.
Since you've taken over to what it should have been doing all along, which is chasing.
What is he doing?
10 most wanted that are threatening our country. My understanding
he looks like he has to shit really bad.
2 of the 3 were actually arrested in Mexico.
I shouldn't have eaten that burrito. Oh, no.
And extradited back to the United States.
They told me that this was, I thought they said 40 minutes, not 4 hours.
Yes, sir. We have been working. One of the first meetings I took as FBI director was my counterpart.
He's having the pre-poo anxiety where he's just like, oh, no, I think I got the bubble guts. I don't know. Maybe this is the anxiety making it worse.
Secretary Farouche in Mexico, and subsequent to that, we have
Peter
repaid or extradited or expelled from Mexico.
That'd be hilarious. That senator says something, and he's just like, Peter Patel.
Go to top 10 of the FBI's most wanted list.
He said he's honorable.
And 33 other criminals.
Hey.
Well, it sounds to me like we're working closer with them today than we have in the last several years.
I can't unsee it now.
And that the focus of the FBI has shifted to actually protecting American citizens instead of...
No! No! Oh, God, can this guy do a React stream, please? Whatever he is... This guy looks like Chris Farley doing Matt Foley. This guy's gonna be living in a van down by the river. Dude, look at him. Look at him. I'm so glad. Look. Here, we gotta do this again. What did he say?
Congratulate you on this, and I think it shows a shift of focus at the FBI since you've taken over to what it should have been doing all along, which is chasing the 10 most wanted that are threatening our country. My understanding is that 2 of the 3 were actually arrested in Mexico and are being extradited back to the United States. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. We have been working. One of the first meetings I took as FBI director was my counterpart, Secretary Farouche.
Wait, where's my man's? Did I not go back far enough? Oh shit! I hate when I do that.
Thank you. Was the location named?
Congressman, no locations were named.
Thank you. Director Patel, there was a specific accusation made.
Why is he so nervous? What is up with
in my
him?
hometown of Chicago, Valley.
Wait.
I'm just not familiar with it, sir.
Okay.
No, I really did go back too far. Fuck.
There was a specific accusation made about how close we are working with Mexico.
He does kind of look like that.
My understanding, and I want to congratulate you on this, and I think it shows a shift of focus at the FBI since you've taken over to what it should have been doing all along, which is chasing the 10 most wanted that are threatening our country. My understanding is that 2 of the 3 were actually arrested in Mexico and are being extradited back.
Maybe Honeybee was onto something. Maybe he is using his mind control over this guy. Like, this guy is a puppet. Although, what's going on with her? Why is she laughing?
Back to the United States, is that correct?
Yes, sir. We have been working. One of the first meetings I took as FBI director was my counterpart, Secretary Farouche in Mexico, and subsequent to that, we have repaid or extradited.
Excuse me, I believe you.
From Mexico to top 10 of the FBI's most wanted.
Man, Milton playing the long game.
List and 33 other criminals.
I took it to Congress. I'm gonna have the Supreme Court's.
Well, it sounds to me like we're working closer with them today than we have in the last several years, and that the focus of the FBI has shifted to actually protecting American citizens instead.
He does look like Preston from Jackass. Guys, you ever been an aide to your congressman and you just gotta go? Well, we're about to learn a lesson today. Look at him. Look, I mean, God.
Instead of arresting pro-life protesters.
Our mission is to find violent criminals wherever they are. And if they're in Mexico,
God, he even does the. He does the Chris Farley lean here. Oh my God, I got this one. I got this one. He does the Chris Farley lean. Look,
Mexico, and subsequent to that, we have repaid or extradited or expelled from Mexico to top 10.
Oh my God, I got to get better with second to second.
33 other criminals.
Well, it sounds to me like we're working closer with them today than we have in the last several years, and that the focus of the FBI has shifted to actually protecting American citizens instead of.
Has it? Has it though? Like that's what got this guy.
Arresting pro-life protesters.
Our mission is to find.
What was that?
Find violent criminals wherever they are, and if they're in Mexico, we're going to get them.
Thank you, and I appreciate.
He's there to distract us, paid by silly, or paid to be silly. I read that as paid by silly, which is even better.
The focus of the FBI. I want to talk with you a little bit about the counterintelligence.
He does look like Preston from Jackass. Now that you say
one
that.
Of which was an active-duty U.S. Army soldier charged with conspiring to transfer.
He's got a remote shot collar on his balls. That's what that was.
National defense information to individuals located in China. What can you say in this setting, or can you briefly explain?
I mean,
your work.
This guy's questions suck. I haven't heard a word he said. This guy, brilliant. Can we just make everything about
agency
make him run for Congress?
Neutralized counterintelligence threats in the United States around this example?
For me, sir?
Yes, sir.
Generally speaking, on counterintelligence and countering espionage, whether it's from adversaries like the CCP, Russia, Iran, or otherwise, we have prioritized them
Blah, blah, blah.
as an equally violent criminal enterprise seeking to do harm to our critical infrastructure and also to exploit and steal our data, whether it's government or private personnel. And so we have expanded our resources into them.
So you care about that now? All of a sudden? Like, huh?
And working with
Wait
the
a minute.
agency to make it a
Speaking
priority.
out one
Thank you.
side.
I want to move on to the issue of the threshold of parole under the previous administration and the number of illegal immigrants that have come into this country, including people with known membership in terrorist groups.
Again, I think she might be onto something. It takes two. So these two must be mentally controlling this guy, right? Right? Or is she
For those
assigned to this
individuals
guy?
that pose a risk and that we have captured and are being deported, are we sharing
I'm playing the game
biometric
now. I'm going
biographic
for it.
information
Screw
with
it.
our
We're doing
allies to
conspiracy
mitigate their
streams now.
ability to relocate or operate abroad?
What we are doing at the FBI is sharing the information we're allowed to with our Five Eye partners, and then on an individual basis, we are trying to share information with other partners who deemed individuals that they find of consequence.
Okay. As you move further into your position, if you have additional recommendations on how we better share information, please
Come
let us
on,
know.
make fun of your faces.
Director Ratcliffe, China's influence on the Panama Canal has increased since 2017. Panama became the first Latin American
I don't think that this guy's going to be talking about anything more interesting.
country to sign on to China's Belt and Road Initiative.
Hey, say Peter.
Can you talk about not just China embedding itself into the
High on
various canal-related
conspiracies.
sectors and operations, but what other areas in Central
That'll be the special edition for when I debate with Honeybee.
and South America if China and others increase their presence?
Oh my God! Oh my God! You're showing the front face of your phone too. I don't even know how to do this.
And what examples concern you the most?
Look, we're really bad at this thing, but we're the party of security.
Thanks, Congressman. Appreciate the question. And I do want to comment. The question
Who let them control the J space lasers?
before about cooperation with Mexico, it's really across
Ryan,
the
apparently 2 days
IC,
ago,
when
Gaza protested Gaza started against Hamas. Yeah,
Mexico's
I might be
Secretary
covering
General
that.
Omar Harfouch, head of Mexican security, was here. He not only met with Director Patel, he met with Director Gabbard, and he met with me. So we have been working on that. Again, to the benefit of both our countries. To your point, the PRC throughout Central and
What's going on in my chat? Matesh and Undead Banana. You guys just went.
South America continues to attempt to use its soft power to gain a foothold. They use direct
You guys are funny.
aid to countries that need it. They also provide funding to universities to get a foothold to create influence. And you mentioned the Panama Canal, and you've seen the diplomatic efforts of the administration to address that and push back on PRC ownership of the canal locks.
We've done is we've put out an advisory on how to use this. Director Gabbard, I want to direct your attention again to the text chain.
Here we go.
Where it says, just confirmed with CENTCOM, we are a go for mission launch. Does that
Let's
indicate to you that
see.
there is about to be a military?
Wait. Okay. So, see, I actually have to say that last aid better at taking a screenshot and blowing it up. You know what? Other aid I would hire over this one.
Operation.
Yes.
Director Gabbard, earlier
She looks so pissed.
in this hearing,
She's just like, damn it, again.
we heard about the DoD's classification standards. I want to now turn my attention
every
to
time
yours
that they
classification
do this, I'm
standards.
like,
You're the
ooh, I'm
Director
hungry.
of National Intelligence. The Office of the Director of National Intelligence
Snacky.
classification guide says, quote, information providing indication or advance warning that the U.S. or its allies are preparing for an attack, end quote, is to be classified as top secret. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Director Gabbard, have the Houthis indicated an ability to shoot down American aircraft?
Yes.
They have in
That's
fact
right,
done
Rachel.
so, haven't they?
Rachel, yeah.
Yes.
Including MQ-9 Reapers, haven't they?
That's correct.
And that was one of the systems used in the attack recently that's the subject of this discussion, is it not?
Correct.
General Cruz, are you familiar with this system?
I'm not wearing my glasses at the moment, but
Well, I'll help you out. This is an SA-3 anti-aircraft system.
correct.
Are you familiar with this next system?
I am.
What is it?
I'm going to have to ask you.
It's an SA-6.
I'm going to guess that
This is also an advanced anti-aircraft system, is it not?
It is. It was used widely in the Balkans in the 90s, correct?
And the Houthis also have this system, don't they?
They certainly do.
And they've employed it against our aircraft, have they not?
They have attempted to, correct?
I spent my life in service to this country. I deployed 3 times to combat in service to this nation. I learned in that time in service.
Nothing makes a Republican's butthole clench when they have not been in the military and they have a Democrat that's like, I've done 3 tours, that are just like, shit.
That responsibility is core to leadership. You accept responsibility when things go wrong. You admit mistakes.
Guys, I thought we weren't going to bring this up again. It's so silly. It's just a chat, guys. It's just a chat.
You set the standard from the
Wait, did she actually say that?
very top. It is completely outrageous to me.
Tulsi said internally. I mean, you didn't put the little star asterisk, so I don't know if you're actually joking.
Completely outrageous to me that administration officials come before us today with impunity. No acceptance of responsibility.
Yeah, somebody
Excuse
put out a
after
feeler
excuse.
for getting Rachel, so if I ever do decide to go into politics, then I at least have somebody that has like the graphic design skills to really put me over.
After excuse. Well, we send our men and women downrange to do incredibly difficult, incredibly dangerous things on our behalf. And yet, nobody is willing to come to us and say this was wrong. This was a breach of security and we won't do it again.
No, you literally have Daddy President going, you know what? He made the oopsie. He learned his lesson. He's a little Petey. He's always been a little bit of a problem, has a little problem with the sauce. I get it. But you know what? Everybody's got their vices.
It is outrageous and it is a leadership
My vice is golf,
failure, and that's why Secretary Hegseth, who undoubtedly transmitted classified
Golf and McDonald's, sometimes at the same time. I live dangerously.
operational
My cardiologists, that's what they say.
information via this chain must resign immediately. There can be no fixes. There can be no corrections until there is accountability, and I'm calling on the administration to move forward with accountability. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Crenshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here. Good to see many of you again.
Let's see what he has to say.
Thank you for enduring 2 long days. I will note I always use fire emojis when I see terrorists getting killed. And I want to talk about cartels. This is a subject that is near and dear.
That was a little rip.
To my heart. I've been investigating it thoroughly for the last couple of years, and I'm glad to see that it's mentioned in all of your opening statements. I mentioned it at the very beginning of the threat assessment. There's a lot to cooperative government to work with. I think a lot has changed. Do I have your commitment that we will at least start following up on those, because the judiciary system in Mexico is a key component in our failures to address the cartels?
You do, Congressman. Apologies for not getting back to you sooner.
You're good. I appreciate it. I would that process in a responsible way, of course.
I do, sir.
I appreciate that. Director Gabbard, in my remaining time, I want to ask you, because of my, and this may go to our General Cruz as well, because of my work on energy and commerce, we have...
Wait, he has glasses. I haven't seen him with them on. Do they just have one lens?
An issue there with broadband spectrum auctions, and of course this affects our intelligence community.
Nope.
In a very large way within
They got both. Okay.
Our DoD. Getting right to the question here, how much
that's a waste of a lens.
advantage spectrum can the DoD give up without having a significant effect?
Sorry, that's a little rude, but true.
Administration's prioritization of lethality and deterrence.
I'll defer to General Cruz, specific to DoD.
I certainly wouldn't want to speak for all of DoD, and I think the committee is already in a fantastic conversation with the DoD on that issue.
I'm being good here. I'm being good. They were BOGO.
What I would say is DoD has laid out the portions of the spectrum that it believes for both
got him.
Operational capabilities and in closed session.
You got me on that one.
Through, from the intelligence portion of the mission that we do. There are 2 different portions of the spectrum. We often talk about one, but not the other. And in closed session, I'd be more than happy to tell you why the other
He can wear them upside down if the main one pops out.
portion of the spectrum is important. in
I'm
national
sorry,
security.
that is funny, but
Sure,
goddamn.
The details are obviously classified, but we can talk about X and
No!
S spectrums. And
I gotta
get a better
back-
idea
I gotta
for the public
back
about-
up.
Because the public would benefit from telecom having the ability to use some of these. When we look at
No.
5G networks, 6G networks. So it's a conversation that we need to have and a much longer time to do so, which I've run out
My
of.
dad is so angry that U.S. soldiers could have died. Hey,
So I yield back. Thank you.
again, it's a start for these people to kind of go, all right, yo, there's like trolling the libs and everything, but this is fucked up.
Dr. Barra. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You know, I associate myself with the comments of my colleague, Congressman Crow. I'm deeply disappointed in how we're handling this breach of protocol and so forth. You know, every year at the beginning of it.
I also have a deep disappointment in how we are trying to stop the vigilante, the Batman.
Congress, we take an oath to office. You know, this is an awesome responsibility to be a member of Congress.
He really does look like a Gotham, like a one of the Gotham
Our
elites.
country. We have no greater responsibility than to protect our homeland. And, you know, when I walk into this committee and the honor of being on this committee, I don't see Democrats and Republicans. I see folks
A monocle would suit him well.
that every day want to do the same thing.
We need to bring back the monocle.
But as Congressman Crow
The hipsters tried too hard. You just need to wear it with a suit and just bring it back like classy, like the pocket watch.
Suggested, the mark of leadership, and we all are leaders in this room, is to accept responsibility when mistakes happen. And that signal chat was a mistake. I'm not here to impugn your character. You were all nominated by the president. You were all confirmed by the president. But we have an awesome responsibility and incredible responsibility to the American
All right,
people.
I've eaten like half
and then
this
given
thing. I
that
gotta
we're the
stop.
United States of America, we have a responsibility to the world. And
My
this
time's
really
over.
was a breach of protocol. I'll take you at your word that we are going to do a full investigation of it. Our responsibility as oversight is to understand this breach, understand who leaked information, how that happened, and then hold those responsible.
This wasn't even really a leak, though. Somebody, again, they shouldn't have been on Discord in the first place. Let's just start there and end it there.
I 100% agree with the chairman in his opening statement. He said, where trust is breached, those responsible need to be held accountable. So do I have, Director Gabbard, we served together, we came into Congress together. Do I have your word, when this investigation is fully completed, we will get the full breadth of the investigation?
Thank you, Congressman. That would be my intent. I will caveat that by saying that this is being conducted by the National Security Council. I've not gotten any indication that they would try to withhold that, but I can't speak for them.
Okay. I also, I see way too much politics when it comes to our national security and our national defense. We've got to keep politics out of this. We're not Democrats or Republicans. We're Americans. We're tasked with the responsibility of keeping our country safe. Director Gabbard, you have an awesome responsibility here to advise the president, to collate all the information, everything that the IC is providing, and provide that best advice and guidance to the president of the United States. We have to keep politics out of this, even if the president disagrees with this, if it goes against his personal wishes, if he's considering an order that potentially is unconstitutional or illegal or compromises our security. I want your word that you will always provide and give that
Just like letting cops investigate abuse of power allegations. Yeah, right.
advice to the president, even if it will make him
What up, Cass?
Thank you, Congressman. I appreciate the question because, as you
Her voice is insufferable.
said, I do take this responsibility very seriously. And it was my commitment to the president, to the Senate, the American people, that as the director of national
I once showed an emotion, and I raised my voice like this.
intelligence, I will ensure,
Oh man,
ensure to provide the
How has
president
nobody
and all of
actually
you
had the conspiracy that she's a robot?
as policymakers with that unbiased, relevant,
Tulsi
and timely
Bot
intelligence.
does not know how to
and to your
speak.
specific question, the answer is yes. I will inform the president of that accurate, timely, unbiased intelligence reporting, whether it is something that agrees with an assumption or a view or an objective or not. That's my responsibility to him and to the American people.
Great. I would just offer advice. In your role, what you do on your personal devices versus your official devices, you're speaking to the public, and I would just offer, as I conduct myself, what I say personally is always going to be considered Congressman Barra saying it. General Hawk, I've appreciated working with you and have a deep concern about our cyber vulnerabilities, and we will go into some of this in the closed session. But Salt Typhoon is something we take very seriously, as well as Volt Typhoon and the compromises. Can you just briefly give us an update of where we are with those two?
So, Congressman, we share your concern in terms of the overall ensuring that we can protect the critical infrastructure of the United States. The area that we have been deeply focused on is
Again, meanwhile, here, let's get the update on
our
that.
ability to partner with industry. 99% of our critical infrastructure is controlled by our industry.
Oh, wait, Undead, did you get my, did you read that link?
So our ability to bring government information to be able to understand what threats look like and the origin of those threats, help inform how industry can defend that and also create the necessary equipment to ensure that we're secure. That partnership continues to grow, and that's really one of our key priorities. And I'll be able to go in closed session into more detail about the specific actions we've done together as an interagency with our industry teammates.
Great, thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Pennsylvania, General Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your attendance and your service to national security for our country. I'm going to start with Director Patel and then go to Director Gabbard. I'm concerned, like many Americans, about the wide-scale purchase of land, real estate, et cetera, by the Chinese Communist Party or those sanctioned by the party in America, especially those lands proximate to sensitive military sites or sensitive national security sites. Director Patel, I think we can all understand that that could lead to the ease of nefarious activities of numerous sorts. What do you think should be our posture or our policy from a national security standpoint regarding the purchases of these land and the ownership, occupation, utilization, et cetera, by the Communist Party sanctioned use?
Well, Congressman, I appreciate the question, and I'm not going to shape foreign or national policy, but from the FBI perspective, if we had federal statutes to enact criminal allegations and pursue those relating to these matters, we would do so. I agree with you that having CCP actors purchasing large swaths of land next to military installations is a national security issue, a major one. And I would highlight to the American public, we're not allowed to buy farmland in mainland China or in Russia. So I don't know why we let that happen here, but that's a personal matter for me. If I were given more legislation on it, I would love to act on it.
Thank you. Director Gabbard, I'm going to look at, keeping with the same theme, crypto mining by the sanction. Well, you can't crypto mine in China, right? It's outlawed in China. However, of course, we're supportive of crypto, I am, in the United States of America, but China's mining in America where they can't mine in China. And in particular, I'm thinking about one site where the mining was occurring close to...
Oh, it's just this story in German?
Intercontinental ballistic missiles. And CFIUS was tipped off by...
No, so the passwords leaking online, that's a bigger deal. That's new info. Is that their passwords are now out there and they are compromised. It says breaking news. Here, I'll just bring it up. Breaking news. Top Trump officials' private data, and passwords have surfaced online, including Pete Hegseth, Mike Walls, and Tulsi Gabbard. This data could potentially be used by America's enemies to hack into the unsecure Signal chat where they discuss war plans. That says the source is the link that I gave you. So that's why I was like, oh, did it give any more info or what's up there? So, yeah.
By Microsoft. And of course, there are actions ongoing. Should the Chinese Communist Party, sanctioned individuals or interests be allowed
That's kind of what I'm looking for.
Crypto mine near sensitive military or national security sites in the United States of America? And if not, what should we be doing about it?
Thank you for your question, Congressman. I'm not fully aware and up to date on the specific example that you've mentioned, and I'll go and look into that and get back to you further.
Right.
Absolutely. Look forward to having the conversation with you. Broadly, this is obviously a concern that any of these activities occurring near or around any of our military sites creates that potential national security risk and the potential for foreign intelligence collection.
I'm hoping it's a priority for everybody on the dais there. It is a priority, I think, for the American people, certainly for me. I want to move on in the time remaining with a related topic, which is the hundreds of incidents by predominantly Chinese students, oftentimes called gate crashers. So this includes the two gentlemen in uniform on the dais. I'm going to kind of point to three events that happened just last year. One in Grayling, Michigan, 5 Chinese students are charged for lying and concealing evidence. One in the University of Minnesota, where a drone flew over Newport News and took pictures of...
Access password is pretty easy. Spring break shots, boys, 75.
Classified information regarding ships and classified systems. And then one at the University of Florida regarding the illicit acquisition and shipment of toxins, biomedical drugs, and research.
All right, then I want to be responsible in how I'm reporting on that.
Supplies to China. In these cases, or most of these cases, we encounter these people and then we release these people. Right. As a matter of fact, in the case of Florida, apparently she found out that criminal charges were being prepared and she dropped out of school and her whereabouts remain unknown at this point. What should be our posture? Because we're trying to follow up after the fact. We're encountering these people, whether they're gate crashers or whether we catch them conducting this illicit activity. We try and prosecute. That takes a lot of man hours, as you know, Director Patel. Is this the best policy, or is there something better that we can do? I mean, the Immigration Nationality Act of 1952 gives the Secretary of State the authority to revoke visas. But should these people be allowed to come to this country in the first place is the question. And what should our posture be?
This guy's going full Xeno. Oh.
Anybody.
That's uncomfortable.
In terms of the visa issue, I know that
Hey, Cash. You might want to answer this one a little
the
carefully.
administration is working on a policy, but to directly answer your question, anybody who utilizes the student visa program to come to this country to conduct criminal activity should never be allowed in this country.
Oh,
Anyone that's
Spiegel, that's kind of where I was wondering about that.
doing it here in the United States of America from an FBI standpoint will be vigorously
I
investigated.
got my first pepper spray and rubber bullet treatment. How's it going? Oh, jeez.
Will use the expulsion or criminal process.
Were you protesting or
Gentleman yields, Ms. Prescott.
protesting, or are you kind of training?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to the witnesses. First let me say that we do have to, in this committee, try as much as possible to remain nonpartisan as opposed to bipartisan. I can recall being that way when I was counsel on the House Ethics Committee, and it's a hard position to take. But I'm really struck by the fact that in December of 2023,
Crime is illegal. Got it, Cash.
many people made Secretary Lloyd Austin go through the stages of the cross in self-flagellation and mea culpas for not informing the president that he was having a surgery. And now how we're treating Secretary Hedgepeth as if he is untouchable. Mike Waltz, when he was a member of Congress, went in the Committee on Armed Services to talk about and slammed Austin for holding himself to a different standard than the American people. And yet we are not doing this across the board. And that's disappointing, at the very least, very disappointing. Director Gabbard, thank you for your testimony. And one of the things that I believe I heard you say was that when there was a discussion by DOJ as to the cuts to foreign aid, that there had not been a request for an intelligence and national security or an intelligence assessment of the impact of those cuts. Was that your testimony a little earlier?
Congresswoman, I have not seen any kind of actual official assessment, either within the intelligence community or outside of it, on what the effects of those.
Do you see and do you do your job? Like, have you done your job just even for like a day?
Cuts to USAID.
What does she do? She has said, I defer to the DOD on this, or I defer, she always defers to somebody else. She doesn't know shit.
Programs has been.
But it was not requested by DOJ.
Who the hell actually looks up to her and is like, yeah, you know what? She's definitely one of the smart ones.
Of you or of any of the areas in which you have oversight over?
I'm not aware of any requests.
Okay, great. Thank you. I know that there has been some open source reporting on what the effect of those cuts are. I mean,
The
when we
Russians.
think about several examples, Kenya, our strongest regional ally in the Horn of Africa, and a key partner with us in the fight against terrorist group Al-Shabaab. And, according to the Washington Post, that's not definitive, and we can talk about this in closed session. Some Kenyan journalists are now being trained by Beijing, mirroring the U.S. programs that have been cut by the administration. Director Gabbard, is letting China train Kenyan journalists going to make Kenya more or less receptive to American requests of the Kenyan government, do you believe?
As you said, Congresswoman, our relationship with Kenya has been very longstanding.
So do cuts of ours to train journalists in Kenya make them more or less, and Beijing having that make them more or less receptive?
Clearly, there is strategic competition taking place. I'll withhold my personal view to look.
She is effing useless.
Well, I was asking for your
Oh my God.
director
There's no
view.
joke here. She's lived like, what did she do? What is her position even here? I'm still trying to figure out what the fuck she's trying to be in charge of.
Accurate, unbiased news,
I
in our
I
opinion.
forgot.
Meanwhile, St. Petersburg University has announced
And you'd think just by any of her answers, I would be like, right, yeah.
that it's opened 11 Russian language centers across Africa that pay special attention to the promotion of traditional Russian spiritual and moral values. Director Gabbard, is Russia a friend or a foe? Are they our friend or our adversary?
They are an adversary.
Thank you. I believe that this reckless cuts make terrorism and our influence in Africa, which is on the front lines of terrorism, a real threat to us, and we need to be careful of it. Director Patel, one of the benefits of being here kind of in the middle is I get to hear other people's testimony and the questions that are asked. I know that Mr. Carson asked you questions specifically about the Counterterrorism Division. And we know that there has been some open source reporting that says that individuals within that division have been removed or been moved, not necessarily fired, but moved. Do you know if that is correct?
I don't have any personal information on that, but people within the CTD component, which is a large component of the FBI, move all the time.
And have they been moved? Are you able to get that information to us, whether they have or have not been moved?
I'll go back to my team and see who has been moved. If you have a particular
Again, do any of these people know anything?
interest, we'll share it with you.
Of course, we have an interest in counterterrorism division and movement of individuals within.
Yeah, weird.
Because one of the other things I'm concerned.
I'm very proud to be the at the top of my job because I'm not. Again, everybody talks about DEI.
About is you have stated, I believe, in other areas.
What about Kash Patel? What about like they don't qualify in that position? I'm not even talking about like color of the skin type thing. I'm talking about the merits. What's his merits for this job?
That the
not proven that he's exactly qualified.
Certain
Weird.
sections of the FBI related to intel and breaking up components. Can you explain to us how you intend to do that, or what you would like to do, and why?
My intention is to reprioritize counterintelligence authorities and cyber capabilities to focus on violent crime and national security. And that's what I'm doing.
Yeah. Got him. That's
Gentleman's
good.
time has expired.
It's like clapping for his own
Gentleman
answer.
from Missouri, Madam Ambassador.
Yeah. I practiced that one.
Ms. Wagner.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank all of you for being here and for your continued service to our country. Director Ratcliffe, you have repeatedly stated that China is our top national security threat, and I agree.
Blah, 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 blah,
was the biggest gap
We
in
will
intelligence
go
collection
to
toward
the next
Move
guy.
on to other questions regarding the signal chat. Director
There we
Gabbard,
go.
yesterday before the Senate Intelligence Committee, specifically when answering Senator Kelly, you repeatedly said you did not recall any discussion in the Houthi PC small group discussing operational details, strike targets, the type of vehicles and military units involved, or the timing and order of strikes. Do you stand by your testimony from yesterday that you do not recall any of the discussions regarding this type of classified information? Yes or no?
My response in the Senate yesterday, yes, I stand by that response. Obviously, the release of the screenshots that came from that chat group today were a refresher on what happened. As I said,
She's like, oh, I said I wasn't part of it, and that turns out I was part of it, and I didn't realize that they had all the screenshots. I thought there was only just that one that they released to the media, so I kind of fell asleep during the briefing. That was my bad. They gave it to me in the car. Did I mention that I get sleepy when I'm on the road?
I was not involved with that portion of the chat, so it did not come to my recollection yesterday.
Thank you. So I take that as you stand by your do not recall yesterday stance when you're asked those questions. You've been in office 43 days.
Mr. Gomez, I'm appreciating your candor.
Director Ratcliffe has been in office 62 days. This was considered the first major military operation using lethal
This was their first one, and they fucked it up this bad.
force of the Trump administration.
No!
Was this the first?
And they were high-fiving, emoting, freaking, look at us, we big, strong America, woo, woo, fire emote.
This was probably the first time that you've been involved with a discussion like this on a threat. It was not discussing, you were not on a group chat discussing where we're going to go for lunch. You're discussing putting men
We are being ruled by the O'Doyles from Billy Madison.
and women of the armed services in harm's
Holy
way.
crap.
That's a major decision.
O'Doyle rules!
And when did that happen? 10 days ago? Okay, I'll answer that. It happened 10 days ago. Here's the point. Like something of this
She's
magnitude,
like, I gotta reach for the mic.
something that you
I like how he did that in between. She's like, hold on.
not forget. It's something that most people, if you're taking this job so seriously, that you would not forget. I mean, since I've been on this committee, there's been days that I have woken up in the middle of the night from the things I learned in SCIF.
Go,
So
Team
deciding
MAGA.
to use military force is something hard to imagine. So the do not recall doesn't pass the smell test. It's unbelievable that was the case. So that's what the American people don't understand. And I know a lot of folks in this administration were saying that they're going to take on the establishment and drain the swamp, but you have become that swamp in a matter of days, not weeks or months, days. So one of the things we're going to look into is what actually occurred, because the American people deserve a full accounting. Additionally, the main person who was involved in this thread that a lot of people want to talk to is Secretary of Defense Hegseth. And a lot of questions were brought up regarding his
She's like, oh, go ahead. I've thrown him under the bus this entire time. I mean, by all means.
his drinking habits in his confirmation hearing. To
He's
your
just
knowledge,
like,
do you know whether Pete Hegseth had been
what?
drinking before he leaked classified information?
I don't have any knowledge of Secretary Hegseth's personal habits.
Director Radcliffe, same question. Yes or no?
No, I'm going to answer that. I think that's an offensive line of questioning. The answer is no. I find it interesting that you
Hey,
want
I
to.
yield back.
I'm
It's
going
my
to answer.
time.
You asked me a
Director,
question. You want an answer?
No, listen,
You
it's
don't
a
want
yes
to
or no.
focus on the good work that the CIA is doing, that the intelligence community.
Director,
You
I
want to talk
reclaim my
about-
time. Director, I reclaim my time. Here, I have huge respect for the CIA, huge respect for our men and women in uniform. But this was a question that's on the top of minds of every American, right?
Yep.
He stood in front of a podium in Europe holding a drink. So, of course, we want to know if his performance is compromised. If people were asking if the General Austin was compromised because of a heart issue.
Was his performance compromised because of a successful
I yield
strike?
back, Mr. I bring my.
You want to
I
know?
reclaim my
You want to
time.
talk about
I
accepting
reclaim my
responsibility?
time.
Do you think
I
you should
reclaim
accept
my time,
responsibility
Chairman.
for a successful
Let me ask-
strike to make Americans safer?
I
You want to
reclaim my
focus
time.
on.
I reclaim my time. So here's the thing. This is serious. As somebody, we've been.
Yeah, I mean, you could sit there acting all butthurt about your little drinking buddy getting called out for being a little bit of a irresponsible alky.
Briefed in this committee about using Signal.
Come on, man.
One of the things they basically said: the most secure phone call, the least secure text messaging.
Hell no.
And we know
This guy makes drunk uncles look good.
that your people, Russians, Chinese, are on your phone.
Gentleman's time's expired.
God.
Gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein.
I knew it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to give the director the ability to respond without being interrupted by his questioner.
I appreciate that, Congressman. I guess, just a general reflection here again.
Let's see what his answer is.
For the last 2 days, members of the intelligence community have been asking questions about a signal messaging group.
Yeah, that is illegal, and it's a blatant, like, dude, you're the head of intelligence, and you leaked to a fucking journalist. Go ahead and spin this. Go ahead and get mad. All right there, Cheryl. Go ahead.
Not asking questions from Democrats either in the Senate or the House.
That's his name.
On China, Russia, Iran, and the real threats that are going on to the United States. And you can say that you care about the good work that agencies are doing like the CIA and that you care about the 140 stars on the wall. But no one's asked me about my second day on the job here, where I lit the fuse that led to a foreign government participating with us to capture one of the senior planners of the Abbey Gate bombing that killed 13 Americans. And in the process, thanks for the opportunity to clarify.
Absolutely, Director. I want to thank you and all the people who work with you and all the witnesses and the men and women,
Glaze,
the brave men and women
glaze
who
these
are
nuts.
putting their lives on the line each and every day for this country, and to the military.
Glazy
as
glaze.
well.
Look, your forehead is so glazed that you've glazed so much that your forehead is literally beaming off like the light.
We are
The
grateful,
lights just.
and we recognize the sacrifice and dedication. Director Ratcliffe, you talked about China being our top national security threat, and I want to go to what really
Wait,
is
reclaim your
the most
time.
active and
Reclaim your
persistent
time.
threat. It's related to cyber. It's related to the
Blah blah blah.
For the time, and I struggle. And if you look at my notes, I've changed my mind about 1 million times what I'd like to talk about. I'd like to first start with Director Ratcliffe. I find it offensive for you to accuse me as a Democrat of not caring about national threats. I very much wanted to talk about those. In fact,
Yeah, you don't care about national threats. You called me out, you meanie bobeanies.
had prepared questions in advance of this hearing about those threats, specifically about biosecurity and bioterrorism, but I don't have time to ask those questions because the threat
Oh my
is
God, he's literally the bald meme from SpongeBob. And the movie is not even bald.
the threat is across the dais, and I
Nope.
need to ask these questions. It's my job to ask these questions of you. Because when I served in the military, and I served in classified environments, had this happened to me, I would have walked my resignation in immediately. This is not okay. Communicating these sorts of things in Signal is not okay.
Yeah, it's weird how, like, you know, the lower classes of the military still have to have a degree of, you know, respecting classified
Targets,
information.
times,
Yeah,
those
weird.
kinds of things are absolutely classified, and we all know it. I know it. These people know
This
it.
dude attempted to, this dude called attempted centrist, pulled up his YouTube and his feed is covered with Tucker Carlson and Tim Pool.
You all know it. And the fact that we're having to have these conversations now means that I can't ask the questions that I need to ask about things like bioterrorism and biosecurity. And so I'd like to put you in check as well, sir, because you can't assume who I am any more than I can assume who you are, sir. I would like to move my questions, however, over to Director Gabbard, because you are the DNI. You do have an obligation and a responsibility. I'm going to speak to you specifically about the fact that you have spent much of your 40 days talking about the importance of making sure that we don't reveal classified information, making sure that we don't leak information. You're a former battalion commander in the Army. I don't think that you would have necessarily appreciated the kind of leaking of information that I believe absolutely did happen in the Signal Channel and is worthy of a further investigation. In fact, this committee established something called 50 U.S.C. 3235A, and this committee, on a bipartisan, apartisan basis, requires you, the DNI, to swiftly notify Congress and the Intelligence Committee if you're aware of any sort of significant unauthorized disclosure or compromise of classified
Well, this one's done her homework.
information, which I would argue this has all of the markings of being that. And so if you, as the DNI, see such a thing anywhere within your organization's purview, you have the obligation to begin an investigation to report back to us on that. Would this seem to qualify to you as something worthy of that investigation?
Thank you for your question, Congresswoman. In this situation, Secretary Hegseth has the classification and declassification authority over DOD.
Yes or no? We get it. Politician. Answer yes or no.
This chat did not have the auspice of being a DOD chat. There was no such thing as labeling it as DOD. This was a chat amongst a great variety of people, and you, according to our law that we passed here bipartisanly, have an obligation when you think there has been a tangible, significant
There. Now everything we say is classified. This is how this works.
leak of information to instigate an investigation. Do you not think it's important to do such a thing?
Well, the National Security Council
I
is
mean, come on,
investigating
guys.
this inadvertent
Trust me.
leak.
It's just how
And
it
again, I
goes.
point to Secretary Hegseth as having the classification.
I would argue that
classification
Secretary
authority.
Hegseth, if he had the dignity that he needs to have, should be walking his resignation in, because I believe that his probably is heading toward being relieved of his duty based on what I think are significant and illegal leaks, most likely.
I mean, just call them on their demeanor. Just be like, how come you guys keep throwing him under the bus? What's
I would
going
like
on
it if you
there?
would please commit to this organization that you will follow the law. And I would like it if you would also investigate what is likely to be more than just this chat. Because if there's one, there's more than one. If there's smoke, there's fire. Would you please obligate yourself and your organization to that investigation?
Yeah, Congresswoman, yes, I will follow the law.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And Director Patel, I learned just recently that you only heard about this yesterday, which blows my mind since I heard about it 2 days ago, and I'm just a low on the dais, junior chipmunk here. Did you really only hear about this yesterday?
The exact timeline I'm not aware of, but yeah, I think it was yesterday or the night
And now
before.
that another day has passed, do you
Actually, it was the night before the hearing.
now that another day has passed, do you believe that it's now time potentially for the FBI to open an investigation into this?
I'm not going to comment on that
Because you're the director of the FBI, you don't believe it's appropriate to comment on that?
because there's a process in place. There's an ongoing litigation, and the National Security Council is reviewing this matter. And I'm not going to discuss any open or closed
That
investigation.
ongoing investigation, literally, the lawsuit happened today or yesterday afternoon, and the idea that you don't have an opinion on this at this point is frustrating to me.
No, it's not.
My
I'm not
final
going to
question,
prejudge any
reclaiming my
matters,
time, my
and the men
final
and women of the
question,
FBI
reclaiming
will
my time, reclaiming
call
my
the
time,
balls and strikes.
reclaiming my time,
not
sir.
you.
Sir, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to have...
Gentlewoman's recognized. You have
Thank
4
you.
seconds remaining.
No, I have more than
You have
that.
2
because
seconds
Mr.
remaining.
Patel would not acknowledge...
Gentlewoman's time has expired. Mr. Stubbe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Gabbard, were there any sources described in the signal chat?
No, Congressman.
Were there any methods described in the signal chat?
No.
Were there any locations?
No.
Yes.
Therefore, due to the fact that
Yes. They also had ordnance, too. That's kind of funny.
there were no sources, no methods, nor locations described in the signal chat, it does not make the discussion classified. Is that correct?
That is up to the Secretary of Defense determination.
The Democrats are obviously making the assertions that what was in the signal chat was classified and claiming that Secretary Hegseth put this war plan out to the world. Which
All right,
he
let's see
clearly
what
did
this
not.
jackass has to
Were there
say
any
about
names
this.
in the signal chat?
No.
Any targets?
No.
Yes.
Any locations?
Yes. And yes. What the fuck? You are lying. This is blatant. Like, they released the text today. I sat there and read them all morning with my morning coffee. What?
No.
Was there a unit name or
Yo, this is some...
location of that unit?
There was not.
Were there any routes described in the signal chat?
How come it's always a guy with that fucking, like, haircut?
No.
It's
Wouldn't an
always a guy with
operational
those
plan
types of hair.
contain that
Like,
type of
look at this
information?
guy.
Every operational plan I've ever seen has contained that information.
Thank you. Shifting to the real threats to America, the southern border. Due to the previous administration's open border policies, they allowed over 10 million illegals into our country.
Asshole.
We have to believe that our allies look at this as a colossal mistake and will at least hesitate to a certain extent, wanting to share sensitive information.
Notice how all they have is just getting a little bit angry that this is even being paid attention to. That's all they have. They like the fact is they can't just be like, is this not a failure on our part? And then they're just like, oh yeah, it kind of is.
With us, that keeps us safe, because they're worried about their sources and methods as well. Wouldn't you be at least somewhat concerned that our allies would look at this and say that wasn't the perfect way to communicate?
Congressman, thank you for the question. If that information that was put out in the chat by the Secretary of Defense had included specific sources and methods and targets and names, then the answer would be yes, but that was not the case.
Let me stop you there because I have such a limited time. Generals, look, you're here because you got tough spots, so I have to put you on the spots. You're passing information like this just within your agency, and you know that it's going to include, we are go for mission launch, Houthis, sea lanes, the information about the weapon systems. That gets to the Houthi military commanders. Doesn't it make you think they're at least going to say duck?
Thank you for the opportunity to weigh in on the issue. Yes, if we were collecting this on our adversaries and we're able to get this information, as was asked of General Hawk earlier, we would consider that classified, but it's classified under the collection piece. The data that we're talking about here is the operational data, not the intelligence data.
Respectfully, sir, just because we have limited time.
Secretaries.
The Houthis military leader is going to duck when he hears this, or he's going to take some action, or he's going to try to shoot our planes down, right?
If he has actionable intelligence, he will certainly use it.
I'm talking about this intelligence. You don't think he can figure out? Houthis is mentioned a couple times, sea lanes. They show the weapon system. At least it's a credible warning to him.
I would offer the Houthis' defensive position has been constant since the 15th of March.
All right. General, I'll just take a whack at it. You're the Houthis' military leader. You get this information passed on to you. It doesn't make you at least take warning?
I would... Congressman, I think from the Houthis' perspective, they do have air defense equipment, and they would be able to detect aircraft being able when they're entering into the Red Sea, and certainly when we have our intelligence aircraft operating over top their country, they'd be able to detect that activity.
But being forewarned is extraordinarily important. I'll take another stab at it. If just language like this in a different context, okay, but just within your department, sir, your people are passing this information. Do you advise them maybe they don't use Signal on this? Are there other forms?
Yeah, don't use your personal
Obviously, they're going to be
devices.
What I would offer is the data that we would be passing would be the full target packages and the full set of operational information.
Okay, but even if it was just this, do you really want to give
He just moved like he's like, you're sitting too far. I can't hit you.
the possibilities that they could be breached, hacked, and they would get this information? Wouldn't you, even with just this, sir, respectfully, wouldn't you want to use a more secure means of communicating?
I think what I would offer are two things, and hopefully they're helpful to you. One of them would be, in addition to that full package that we would talk about, when the Secretary extracted individual details from that and provided those on Signal, whether individually or in aggregate, that is his decision of what is classified and what is not from
That's not how it works.
an operational aspect.
And I'm just a streamer, dude, that has had it explained to me by enough people who have worked in the intelligence community on television, where they're just like, no, like for even like low totem people, there are channels that you have to follow. If this is at the top, that's insane.
And that's probably the most important
DOD
piece to there.
Oh no, I typed DOD because they said if you type DOD, then that means that it's covered and that it's it's a-okay.
And I would echo what we've said before. It's the Secretary's authority for the...
Just give me, there's more secure ways of communicating any of this, right?
There are, and our adversaries have...
General, there are, right?
To intercept.
There's much more secure means that you use, even if you don't think that this is, or you don't want to stick your
What
head
I
out
would
on
say
it.
is the full packages were transmitted within classified, within traditional classified.
But this could have been transmitted in a classified way as well. Thank you.
Gentleman's time's expired. The gentleman from Arkansas, the distinguished chair of the Financial Services Committee, Mr. Hill, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And let me say,
Blah, 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 blah. We already know. At least you guys made like this really easy.
But you're welcome anytime. Director Ratcliffe.
Northern border. My entire district is the northern
have to ask, but I want to start with Director Patel, and I just want to first, before I get into a couple issues, thank you so much for your outstanding service and your recognition and focus on the northern border. My entire district is the northern border of New York with Canada. I just want to first jump into this issue for, Hamas attacked October 7th, the world watched in horror, designated a foreign terrorist organization in 1997, killed over 1,200 civilians, including American citizens, and many remain.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Director Patel, many of us have grown increasingly alarmed at the sheer number of foreign nationals we're seeing caught spying on our critical infrastructure or near sensitive sites in the country. One example is a Chinese national who was flying a drone, allegedly flying a drone over Vandenberg and taking pictures of the base. He was arrested in the San Francisco airport.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's enough of that. Do you play Counter-Strike? I have. I played original Counter-Strike. I'm old. I used to play it at an internet cafe. I do not play the new version. Was it CSGO or whatever the hell? Alrighty, guys. Well, that was interesting, and I hope that you guys enjoyed it because, wow, it's getting worse and worse and worse. So we'll see how long, set the timer on how long until Hexeth is thoroughly under that bus. So we shall see. But, yeah. All right, that is the end of that segment. Woo! Trump announces 25% tariffs on all cars not made in the United States. Wow. They're trying to censor. How's that just not censor? Censor. Crockett overheard calling dude Hot Wheels, which I thought that was actually a pretty funny ass joke, so. Alright. Next. Oh my god. Leave it to Mediaite. Okay. Ground News, oh god. Fucking Mediaite got to it first. All right, here. Passwords and private information belonging to top national security officials in the Trump administration have been found online, according to the German publication Der Spiegel. Okay, here. Actually, I'll just record this. 1 second. I'm going to repeat that. Okay, so we got an update. Passwords and private information belonging to top national security officials in the Trump administration have been found online, according to German publication Der Spiegel, who I have been informed by one of my chatters is kind of little 50-50 in their reporting. At least that's what I took from it. If it's any worse than 50-50, then let me know, what their lean is. But in a stunning report published on Wednesday, the paper said its journalists used commercial people search engines, along with hacked consumer data that has been published on the website. Those whose information was compromised included Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard, and National Security Advisor Mike Waltz. Man, I got so conditioned to just saying Walls. God needs you guys, by the way. Private contact details of the most important security advisors to U.S. President Donald Trump can be found on the internet, the outlet wrote. Der Spiegel reporters were able to find mobile numbers, email addresses, and even some passwords belonging to the top officials. Spiegel explains those affected by the leaks include National Security Advisor Mike Waltz, Director of National. Okay, most of these numbers and email addresses are still apparently still in use, with some of them linked to profiles on social media platforms like Instagram and LinkedIn. They were used to create Dropbox accounts and profiles and apps that were tracking running data. Oh my god. Oh my god. They're getting tracked through their their frickin' what did you call it before the Apple Watch took over? Oh god. The Fitbit. They're getting tracked by Fitbit. There are also WhatsApp profiles for the respective phone numbers and even Signal accounts in some cases. Woo! Oh, this is so much worse than we thought. Okay. Oh, man. I've said that twice now, and it's somehow getting worse. Guys, at what point do we just go, what? Like, do we just all, like, collectively start laughing like we've gone completely insane? Because it's just, I mean, it's like they broke. I mean, I'm starting to feel it. As such, the reporting has revealed an additional grave, previously unknown security breach at the highest level in Washington. Hostile intelligence service could use this publicly available data to hack the communications of those affected by installing spyware on their devices. It is thus conceivable that foreign agents were privy to the Signal chat in which Gabbard, Waltz, and Hegseth discussed the military strike. The revelation comes just 2 days after Jeffrey Goldberg of The Atlantic published a wild story detailing how Waltz added him to a Signal chat with Hegseth, Gabbard, and Vice President J.D. Vance and other Trump officials where they discussed a looming airstrike on Houthi rebel targets in Yemen. Waltz and Hegseth responded to the Atlantic story by lashing out at Goldberg. Ultimately, Waltz took some responsibility for the leak, while nonetheless suggesting Goldberg may have somehow cajoled his way into the group chat. Look, a staffer wasn't responsible, he said. I take full responsibility. I built the group. My job is to make sure that everything's coordinated. That's it. Federal judge nukes Trump admin motion to disqualify her as nothing more than speculation, innuendo, and attempt to attack the messenger. Cool. Disturbing video shows masked men hauling away pro-Palestinian student. Her whereabouts are unknown. Okay, hold on. Whoa. Hey guys, they heard Pete Hegseth, they heard us talking about him, and they were just like, we have an ad for you, Mr. Hegseth. You might be drunk. He would wear this emotional support husband, do not pet. He's one of those guys. Where I bet his kids got him like one of those, like, my dad loves guns, God, guns, and freedom. And it's all done in like the Affliction font from, the early 2000s. Men wearing street clothes identified themselves as the police whisked away an international graduate student at Tufts University in Massachusetts after she co-authored an op-ed on Israel. Oh man, that's scary as fuck. Turkish citizen in the U.S. on a student visa was detained on Tuesday in Somerville by two men wearing street clothes and masks. In a video posted on social media by the Council of American Islamic Relations, Ozturk, I think that's how it said, is seen walking down a sidewalk when she is stopped by a man wearing a hat and a hoodie. After saying, "Hi, ma'am," the man, who did not appear to flash a badge of any kind, seizes her phone as a second man approaches. Those two men eventually handcuff her as others wearing masks stand guard. At one point, one of the men can be heard saying, "We're the police," but he didn't identify what agency or department. "You don't look like it," a bystander can be heard saying. "Why are you hiding your faces? Why are you hiding your faces?" One bystander told the Boston Globe that Ozturk informed the men, "I am a student." The paper said the bystanders spoke on condition of anonymity for fear of retaliation from the government. "We are unaware of her whereabouts and have not been able to contact her," Ozturk's attorney Masa Habibi told the New York Times. Bibi. No charges have been filed against Rumia to date that we are aware of. Tufts University officials said that they were not told of the arrest ahead of time. Last March, Ozturk's name appeared as a co-author on an essay calling on the school to acknowledge the Palestinian genocide and divest from companies with the ties to Israel. Ozturk's arrest, presumably by the feds, is one of several detentions of international students who have protested against the war in Gaza. Earlier this month, federal authorities arrested Mahmoud Khalil, a recent Columbia University graduate who had been active in last year's campus protests. Khalil was in the country on a green card and therefore was a lawful permanent resident. However, the State's Department now says his status is being revoked ahead of his possible deportation. He is currently being held in a detention facility in Louisiana. The arrests are part of a crackdown on universities under President Donald Trump, who made the deportation of undocumented immigrants a centerpiece of his campaign last year. Throughout Ozturk, though Ozturk was in the country on a student visa. A profile of Ozturk appears on a website, Canary Mission, which publishes personal details of pro-Palestinian students in the U.S. in its effort to combat anti-Semitism. After reviewing the materials Canary Mission posted on the profile, it is unclear if anything Ozturk said or wrote is anti-Semitic. Jesus. Yeah, guys, I mean, this is straight up like 1960s shit here. Like, at what point do we start studying up on Kent State? I mean, damn. That's depressing. Oh. All right. Well, hopefully I'll have an update on that story. A good one. Do you remember that story about China having a secret police department in the United States who says that Israel can't do the same too? She spoke out against Zionism and bam, unmarked. Yeah, the thing is, the feds have been doing that. I don't see the mass cop thing going over well as for long. Someone is going to retaliate. I mean, the fact that a bystander was even like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, I don't think that's going to go over very well, like you were just saying. All right. Journalist calls Trump's bluff. Let's take a look on this. Apparently, after Trump's response, a journalist was like, hell no.
And here are a lot of the texts that we originally did not
favorite
get
Bucky's Beaver. Oh my god, he got another bad haircut. Look at this. Look at this. They didn't take care of him. They didn't take care of our boy. He's got a weird cow, like cow's lick, and you're not gonna... Man, whoever is cutting this boy's hair, man.
From Michael
Stop
Waltz.
it.
New text from JD Vance. New text from Pete Hegseth, all describing what was going on in breaching our security. Here are some of the operational texts that Pete Hegseth sent. Team update, weather is favorable, F-18's launch, trigger-based F-18, first strike window starts. He sent this 31 minutes before the strike even started. I mean, this is all incredibly classified. All right, we've got some breaking news. The Atlantic's
No, it's
editor...
not. No. Hexa said no classify, so it was not classified.
Jeffrey Goldberg has just posted a follow-up to his bombshell article the other day detailing how he was accidentally added to a Signal group chat where our top officials were discussing war plans. Now, in Goldberg's follow-up, he essentially calls the bluff of senior Trump officials and Trump himself. He proves them wrong, and he shows the texts that he didn't show during his first write-up. If we take a step back, this was actually a pretty clever trap from Jeffrey Goldberg, and it was also just him showing caution with the legality of releasing this stuff. So Jeffrey Goldberg posted the first article and didn't include the classified intelligence, the classified texts. And then all of the Trump administration officials took the bait and said, hey, there was no classified intelligence. There was nothing classified in there. And now we know there was. Now we have the exact texts of Pete Hegseth, Mike Waltz, Tulsi Gabbard discussing the exact dates, times,
Wait.
locations
Hold on.
of Pete Hegseth.
Hold on. I'm gonna replay that because I'm gonna add this to the back end of the story. Okay, so we have another little bit of another little update from Adam Mockler.
No classified intelligence. There was nothing classified in there, and now we know there was. Now we have the exact texts of Pete Hegseth, Mike Waltz, Tulsi Gabbard discussing the exact dates, times, locations, strike patterns of these targeted missile strikes, and that is necessarily classified. If you're talking about the strike targets and the date and times of missile strikes before they happen, then that has to be classified. It has to be classified intelligence. So this chat titled Houthi PC Small Group contained a few people, and let's jump into this new article titled Here Are the Attack Plans that Trump's advisors shared on Signal. Easily one of the biggest stories out.
Sorry,
And Jeffrey
when I
Goldberg
do those
and
little pauses, that's for me to kind of intake that, where I'm like, really?
Shane Harris right. The administration has downplayed the importance of the text messages inadvertently sent to the Atlantic's editor-in-chief. So, about that Signal chat, writes Jeffrey Goldberg, on Monday, shortly after we published a story about a massive Trump admin security breach, a reporter asked the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, why he had shared plans about a forthcoming attack.
What is it about Hegseth that like Trump is just so enamored with, where he's just like, you know what, fuck it, he's too stupid. He's so stupid that he's useless. He's totally useful because he will never question.
On Yemen, he answered, quote,
is that
nobody was texting war plans, and that's all I have to say about that. And that was basically uniformly the response from the Trump administration. Everybody from Caroline Leavitt to Trump himself, they said, hey, there was no classified intelligence in this text chain. So at a Senate hearing yesterday, the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, and the Director
Night, man. Good luck. Good luck tomorrow with your bus. Hope to see you.
CIA, John Ratcliffe, were both asked
go home. Hell
about
yeah,
the
man.
Signal chat, to which Jeffrey Goldberg, the editor-in-chief, was inadvertently invited and added to. Quote, there was no classified material that was shared in that Signal group, Tulsi Gabbard told members of the Senate Intelligence Committee under oath. Under oath, she said this.
Yes,
they all said this under oath. And that is
and now she's going to plead stupidity.
One of the big
she can't even plead the fifth anymore. Now she has to plead stupidity.
Headline.
I didn't know. I actually did not know. They didn't tell me anything about it. I know I'm the director of national security, and it just makes sense that they would have told me before the lady in Congress. But the mean mom in Congress, she apparently learned about it before me. That's just a big oopsie on my part.
Lines here as well.
Not very aloha.
Ratcliffe said much the same. Quote, my communications, to be clear, in the Signal message group were entirely permissible and lawful and did not
I know I'm misusing it. I'm doing that on purpose, by the way, guys.
Include classified information. Interesting. So his wording is interesting. He said, my communications. So there's a reality where if he didn't himself send anything classified, maybe he can get away with not lying under oath. But Tulsi Gabbard might be screwed. And if you appreciate this video, by the way, all that I ask you is you scroll down and hit that like button. It really does help boost this message at a time when the Trump admin is trying to control the narrative and downplay this. But this continues. Donald Trump asked yesterday afternoon about the same matter, said, quote, it wasn't classified information.
So you're telling me it wasn't classified.
Now,
okay, it wasn't classified.
Here's the thing. Among the texts were detailed launch times for the F-18 fighter jets, drone strike windows, target confirmations hours before.
Seems pretty classified to me.
Before it happened, intelligence assessments, operational sequences for upcoming strikes. As I said, this necessarily has to be classified intel, because if it was unclassified, then that means it could easily fall into enemies' hands, and then it's not really a covert operation where you're secretly striking somebody.
No, that one congressman made a great point about that. Like, they're trying to pull well, it didn't happen, so it's not like they knew. It's not like they moved the target. It's not like we didn't accomplish our goal. So why are you mad?
Not secret then. These statements provided us with a dilemma, writes Jeffrey Goldberg. In the Atlantic's initial story about the Signal chat, the Houthi PC small group, as it was named by Waltz, they withheld specific information related to weapons and the timing of the attacks because they didn't want to put American citizens at risk. As a general rule, they write, we do not publish information about military operations if that information could possibly jeopardize the lives of U.S. personnel. That's why we chose to characterize the nature of the information being shared and not share specific texts. So reporters from The Atlantic, the editor-in-chief of The Atlantic has a better brain, has better instincts when it comes to intelligence and national security than our actual intelligence officials. And I do want to say, again, this
It is kind of funny that the whole group of these people are called intelligence.
was not some off-the-cuff
Waka
leak.
waka.
This was the Secretary of Defense texting a specific strike timeline, including the exact takeoff windows, into a chat with no verification of the recipient list. Like, I just want to take a step back for 1 second.
It's even funnier when more people say it, where you're like, yeah, that is really, oh man, that's, wow.
This,
like, you wouldn't do this with your family. Like, we all have that one family member where it's like, don't add them to the group text. This is like that, like somebody just being like, getting drunk and just being like, you know what, I'm gonna add Uncle Steve to the group text, and everybody's just like, why would you add Steve? Now we gotta make a new one.
Stumbling asshole. I'm not saying he was drunk at the time, but we know that he has a problem with drinking. He just texted exact takeoff windows and strike confirmations into a chat without even verifying the recipient list. One of the messages even acknowledged.
My uncle texted me when he was drunk before we bombed Yemen back in the 90s.
The launch was just 31 minutes away. So in a digital age where seconds matter and information can move faster than missiles, that breach was dangerous, incredibly dangerous. Again, information can move faster than missiles. Therefore, these texts saying, hey, in 31 minutes we're going to launch, that's incredibly, incredibly dangerous. But returning to the article, the statements by Hegseth, Gabbard, Ratcliffe, and Trump, combined with the assertions made by numerous admin officials that we are lying about the content of the signal texts, have led us to believe that people should see the texts in order to reach their own conclusions. Thank you. I very much so appreciate Jeffrey Goldberg posting these. Make sure you drop some blue hearts for Jeffrey Goldberg of The Atlantic actually being responsible in posting the text. There is a clear public interest in disclosing this.
Hey, James, I'm not sure. You're not really breaking news, dude. They're going to try and pass a bill, but you need a supermajority in Congress to change these things. These are not just things that they're going to be able to pass. They could barely pass a budget. You think that they're going to get a supermajority to go and change an actual constitutional law?
Sort of information.
Stop. I'm not gonna commit to that
Information that Trump
story.
advisors
Sorry.
included in non-secure
I'm not
communication
doomerang like
channels,
that.
especially because senior admin figures are attempting to downplay the significance of the messages.
And it's also not breaking. They've been talking, like, how is it breaking news when they've been talking about maybe doing it? Like, now they're just like, oh no, now I'm gonna actually introduce it.
That were shared. Holy shit! Okay. They got caught lying. They got caught.
All in the oh, are you telling me that they're going to try and do something to get the news cycle off of something like this? I mean, it's been 2 days. God, that's like fucking years in news land. Why would you pay attention to anything else?
Red-handed.
Go
I mean,
pay attention
I
to
can't
something
tell what
else.
the worst scandal is. And let me know what you guys think. What's the worst scandal on this? The initial intelligence leak, or the fact that every single Trump administration official basically just got caught lying uniformly, and we have clips of all of them doing so on camera. Like, let me look up something I saw really quickly yesterday. You guys might find this interesting. Charlie Kirk posted on his YouTube. I was wondering how Charlie Kirk was going to spin this, right? And he posted on his YouTube, the real scandal would have been if we discovered J.D. Vance, Pete Hegseth, etc. were saying one thing to voters in public while completely contradicting themselves in private. Instead, we have clear symmetry and consistency of messaging.
That's a spin.
By clear symmetry,
that's a spin.
You mean clear symmetry.
And then they go on. Then they go on to be butthurt about Jasmine Crockett calling fucking Greg Abbott, Hot Wheels. Okay.
Lying, right? What do you mean J.D. Vance and Pete Hegseth are being
Very
completely
serious.
transparent.
He's a very
we haven't
serious
even
person,
gotten to
guys.
the text. Sorry, let's keep going. So Goldberg continues. Experts have repeatedly told us that the use of a signal chat for such sensitive discussions poses a threat to national security. And as a case in point, Goldberg received information on the attacks 2 hours before the scheduled start of the bombing of Houthi positions. If this information, particularly the exact times American aircraft were taking off,
Not classified
from
at all.
Yemen, if that
We didn't. It's not like we told them where. God.
information had fallen into the wrong hands.
They said that. They said that in Congress under oath.
In that crucial 2-hour period, American pilots and American personnel could have been exposed to even greater danger than they ordinarily would face. Now, the Trump admin is arguing that the military information contained in these texts was not classified, as it typically would be, although the president has not explained how he reached this conclusion. And again, holy absolute shit. They lied about this. Of course they did, but I mean, they all got caught red-handed lying uniformly. Yesterday, Goldberg asked officials across the Trump admin if they objected to us publishing the full text. In emails to the CIA, the DNI, the National Security Council, the DOD, the White House, they said, in light of statements today from multiple admin officials, including the Senate Intelligence Committee.
Hold on. Just so you guys see this, like that I am doing this, I just dropped my dice and I rolled a nat 20. And taking the picture. There we go. I'm going to post it in Discord.
That the information is not classified.
Just so you
does
guys
that
can
mean
see, I
that we
did
can
not
post
pick
it?
up
We're
the
considering
dice.
publishing it. And late yesterday, Caroline Levitt responded, quote, as we have repeatedly stated, there was no classified information transmitted in the group chat. However, the CIA director and national security advisor have both expressed today that does not mean we encourage the release of the conversation. So, Goldberg called Caroline Levitt's bluff. And now, let's see this. As we wrote Monday, much of the conversation in the Houthi PC small group concerned the timing and rationale of the attacks on the Houthis and contained remarks by the Trump admin officials about the alleged shortcomings of America's European allies.
Marjorie Taylor Greene, she was the one that was definitely mad about it.
But on the day of the attack, the discussion was operational. At 11:44 a.m. Eastern Time, Hegseth posted in the chat, "Team update." The text beneath began, "Time now, 11:44. Weather is favorable. Just confirmed with CENTCOM. We are go for mission launch." CENTCOM, or Central Command, is the military's combatant command for the Middle East. The Hegseth text continues, 12:15 ET. F-18s launch. 13:45. Trigger-based. F-18 first strike window starts. Target terrorist is at his known location, so should be on time. Let us pause here for a moment to underscore a point, says Jeffrey Goldberg. This signal message shows that the U.S. Secretary of Defense texted a group chat that included a phone number unknown to him, Goldberg's cell phone, at 11:44.
They keep claiming that there weren't mass graves at the residential schools in Canada. Actually, Honeybee, she has been talking about that a little bit too. Distracting. I can't wait for that debate. I'm going to make sure that when I do plan that, I want you to actually be in the chat for that.
4 a.m. This was 31 minutes
Since
before
y'all are
the
from the
U.S.
same area.
warplanes launched, and 2 hours and 1 minute before the beginning
Oh,
of a
hey,
period in which
that's
the
right,
primary
West Coast,
target,
shit.
the Houthi terrorist target,
that's right,
was
right. West
expected to
Coast
be
for-
killed by these American aircraft. Again, 31 minutes
that's loud as
before
fuck.
the U.S. warplanes launched, and 2 hours and 1 minute before the attack, our Secretary of Defense sent out a text in a group chat with an unknown number. Imagine if this text had been received by someone hostile to American interests, or someone merely indiscreet and with access to social media. I've said this many times. What if it happened to be Tucker
All right,
Carlson?
here's my one
and the-
thing. Stop with that. Stop with that. I hate that.
Tucker Carlson-
Because that's leftist pearl clutching. Can we just say, like, no, the guys, this is fucked up. This is a breach of security. They are fundamentally unserious. We know high school freaking teachers that have better security, like in their classrooms for their digital shit. Discord channels have better security. This is just a joke. Stop with this shit.
and screenshots it
God,
and sends it to a buddy.
I get it. I know that who he's speaking to because he's a Midas touch guy, but man, does he like? Do we have to cater to 80-year-olds constantly?
But then that buddy happens to be kind of more Russia aligned, because I'm sure Tucker Carlson has buddies who are Russia aligned. The Houthis would have had time to prepare for what was meant to be a surprise attack if this leaked at all. The consequences for American
Honestly,
pilots
that's the reason people like Trump, is because he doesn't do shit like that.
could have been catastrophic. The Hegseth text then continued. 1410, more F-18s launch. Second strike package. 1415, strike drones on target. This is when first bombs will definitely drop, pending earlier trigger-based targets. And then, we are currently clean on OPSEC, that is operational security. He then talks about more strike starts, and then Godspeed for our warriors. Shortly after, J.D. Vance texted the group, "I will say a prayer for our victory." At 1:48 p.m., Waltz sent the following text containing real-time intelligence about conditions on the attack site, apparently in Sana'a. VP, building collapsed, had multiple positive ID. Pete Kurilla, the IC, amazing job. Waltz was referring here to Hegseth, General Michael Kurilla, the commander of the Central Command, and the intelligence community, or IC. The reference to multiple positive ID suggests that U.S. intelligence had ascertained the identities of multiple Houthi targets using human or technical assets. 6 minutes later.
This is what happens when you let boomers have their last hurrah. Yeah.
Later, the vice president.
Honestly, this is one of the anger issues I am like wrestling with my mom's passing, is the fact that it's like, okay, so she's gone, but these asshole Trump supporters are
apparently confused by
Walt's
Walt's
message. This is also why I'm kind of like, I don't think there's a God.
At 2 p.m., Waltz responded, typing too fast. The first target, their top missile guy. We had positive ID of him walking into his girlfriend's building, and it's now collapsed. And here are a lot of the texts that we originally did not get to see from Michael Waltz, new texts from J.D. Vance, new texts from Pete Hegseth, all describing what was going on in breaching our security. Michael Waltz said, "Team, establishing a principals group for coordination on Houthis, particularly over the next 72 hours."
Not
you can
classified
see,
information
You can
at
see the
all.
original message.
What?
Michael Waltz added you to the group. There were 19 members of the Houthi
Here, I gotta
PC
take this
small
out.
group, and they
Be right
were
back.
sending messages without actually
Stay at
checking
stand.
who was in the group. Now, I really quickly, before digging into this, just want to talk about the response of the Trump administration. A point that I always make is that the Trump admin is uniquely bad at responding to any sort of crisis. Now, times of crisis stress us all out, but both Trump administrations have not only been uniquely bad, but they are reckless, careless, sloppy, and my 4-year-old cousin would handle any of these crises better than the Trump admin does. Whether it was the COVID crisis, where Trump gave daily pressers melting down, whether it was the election denialism, where he gave daily pressers melting down. What about that plane crash in D.C., where he gave a presser the next day melting down about DEI, and now they're all doing the same thing about this. So the Trump administration has been saying that this is not classified information, but their definition of classified appears to be wildly inconsistent with the operational standards that govern national security, or in other words, they're just lying. They're absolutely lying about what is classified and what's not. So after the group chat gets initiated, they all provide their names. Dan Cass for Treasury, Dan Caldwell for DOD, Brian McCormack for NSC. And then Michael Waltz says, "Team, you should have a statement of conclusions with taskings." Actually, to go back, remember, Jeffrey Goldberg never types in the group chat, and nobody finds that strange. Nobody ever finds it strange that Jeffrey Goldberg doesn't introduce himself. "Team, I am out for the day doing an economic event in Michigan, but I think we are making a mistake. 3% of U.S. trade runs through the Suez. 40% of European trade does. There's a real risk that the public doesn't understand this or why it's necessary." So J.D. Vance was privately disagreeing. This also contradicts what Charlie Kirk was saying. The real scandal would have been if we discovered J.D. Vance was saying one thing to voters while completely contradicting themselves. Doesn't that seem to be exactly what they're doing? So J.D. Vance continues, "The strongest reason to do this, as POTUS said..."
The disappearing messages thing is very concerning. We're supposed to have access to this stuff through FOIA. That's the reason that they're all, somebody had brought that up too, where just the fact that like they have disappearing messages is completely illegal. Bernie Sanders actually brought that up too, where he was just like, no, this isn't just a failure on security. This is also blatantly illegal.
is to send a message. But I'm not sure the president is aware how inconsistent this is with his message on Europe right now. There's a further risk that we see a moderate to severe spike in oil prices. I am willing to support the consensus of the team and keep these concerns to myself. Okay, can I just reiterate? J.D. Vance is saying in this text, I am willing to support the consensus and keep my concerns to myself. I'm not going to publicly push back. And Charlie Kirk's response is, I'm so glad that J.D. Vance is aligned publicly and privately. These people are such snakes. Then Joe Kent says, there is nothing time-sensitive driving the timeline. We'll have the exact same options in a month. The Israelis will likely take strikes and therefore ask us for more support, but that's a minor factor. Ratcliffe says, from a CIA perspective, we are mobilizing assets to support now, but a delay would not negatively impact us. Okay, they're going to claim this isn't classified. This is by definition a classified conversation. They are literally talking about the potential timelines.
If this wasn't classified, then how come they won't just let us have full access to all of their communications? Like, if they're this blatant with it, and Charlie Kirk is this happy about it too, he should be happy, and he should also be demanded. It's like, well, you gotta make me happy every day. Show me every communication just to show how much you are a true man of your word.
All of this. When Trump and Elon Musk said they were going to provide more transparency in their administration, this is not what we meant at all. And keep in mind, Tulsi Gabbard testified under oath about 24 hours ago exactly that no classified information was shared whatsoever.
Not even 24 hours. She just did it again today. Wait a minute. Where was this? What time was this recorded? 9 hours ago. So yeah. Tulsi Gabbard's testimony to Congress was exactly from the live video. I was watching it while Majority Report was on.
Trump himself brushed it off, not under oath, but brushed it off in front of the cameras, saying it quote unquote wasn't classified. But as Warner said, you can't have it both ways. Either you take national security.
You know what? I told you before. Technically, I'm the president has the ability to classify or declassify whatever he wants. Well, you know what? It wasn't classified. I'm declassifying the communications.
Security seriously.
Just being consistent.
You don't. Either you apply the standards consistently or your outrage is purely political performance. Because in these texts, they are talking about whether to move the timeline back a month. You guys understand how that is inherently classified. The timeline for striking enemies. The Houthis can't know if you're going to strike them in April or if you're going to strike them in March. That's not the Houthis' business whatsoever. That is our business. You can't send timestamps, strike sequences, internal assessments, and then say that none of this is classified whatsoever. And honestly, the broader concern that I keep going back to isn't just about the one botched chat. It's a few questions that are now raised. How many times have they made a reckless call like this without even realizing it? How normalized has this amount of recklessness been in this admin? How normalized is this lying becoming to the American people? I mean, of course, they got caught red-handed lying, but like they tried to normalize it. They tried to get away with this. Thank God.
It's literally like, dude, if you read anything about like therapy, this is textbook gaslighting.
Goldberg posted the full text. And
you're not even good at it.
But when military plans are shared on unsecured apps, you don't tell the public to just shrug it off. That's not strength. That's not putting America first. That's the type of institutional rot and brushing stuff under the rug that the Trump administration has been trying to push away. The Trump administration has been trying to call out. So they talk about, we already read these texts. I fully share your loathing of European freeloading. It's pathetic. But here we go. Here are some of the operational texts that Pete Hegseth sent. Team update. Weather is favorable. F-18's launch. Trigger.
OPSEC is not established. We have now definitely come to find out.
Based F-18 first strike window starts. He sent this 31 minutes.
Yeah, ICE does whatever Tangerine Caesar wants. Yeah, the fact that ICE is a bunch of like, you know, dropout cops that couldn't even like make it through the police academy does really kind of bring to light like, oh, that's how the original, the OG did it.
Before the strike even started.
Yeah,
I mean, this is all incredibly classified. And then there's
a fist bump fire emoji.
Sending
Woo, America!
emojis afterwards. Just absolute idiots. Absolute idiot.
All I do is win, 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 no matter what. Got money on my mind.
Idiots. And then we have a screenshot of the people in the group chat.
Bombing your man.
Let me know what
and I
names you
stay
recognize.
there,
We know
and they stay there.
Michael Waltz. We know Scott B, likely Scott Besant, Walker Barrett, Brian, Pete
I'm cracking
Hegseth.
myself
We
up
know
over it.
Dan Katz and Joe Kent. We have SM.
I'm just picturing Pete Hegseth because, like, we saw him shirtless because of the tattoo story, so it's just him. He's literally got one of those upside down freaking bro caps from like the the tennis caps. He's got like a cigarette in his mouth. He's got the he's got the bro glasses on. He's just like, woo!
Which we believe was Stephen Miller. We've
Upset?
got Mike Needham. I don't know Mike Needham. I know John Ratcliffe, CIA. I know Susie Wiles, of course. We know J.D. Vance, Steve Witkoff, Alex Wong. So a lot of recognizable names. And then, of course, good old Jeffrey Goldberg sitting in the group chat, just taking in all this classified information. You know, this was a bit of a longer video. If you enjoyed it, if you appreciate what I do, drop a like.
Yeah, actually here, for this one, I'm going to copy link, drop it in the chat here so y'all can at least see it. And then, yeah, anybody in YouTube chat and Twitch, you guys can follow Adam Mockler over there. Also, you know what? Why not? I'll do this real quick. You guys can also follow me here. I appreciate it. Self-promo. Alrighty. Well, as I said, guys, not classified. We'll see how this goes. I mean, if Trump is really just gonna try and like sweep this one under the rug and just be like, I don't know what you guys are freaking out about. You got honestly, it's not you guys sound like Democrats. Why do you guys sound like Democrats? Everybody just chill. Oh man. Oh, that was fun. I watch Goldberg every week on Washington Week, but it is very sus that he is one of the State Department signal speed dials. Yeah. I mean, that's not... Yeah, weird how that... On either side, that's not even being brought up. It's just like, he totally weaseled his way in there. It's just like, are you sure that you're not feeding him shit and you guys are trying to sow division? Like a new world order? Guys. This is, yeah. Oh, guys, check this out. Here. This just happened, while I was about to close out that story. Can I blow this up? All right, well, breaking. Cenk has announced that I am no longer allowed to appear on the damage report based on disagreements with TYT's main host and yes, calling Cenk a bitch for engaging with Dr. Phil, a guy who's joining ICE raids on innocent people. Cenk is still doing a 20-minute, very Kasperian takedown of me to their 6 million subscribers. Anyway, I got a fraction of that making I have a fraction of that making a fraction of that money. Alas, Franny Fia, strong holler at your girl. YouTube at Franny Fio. Oh, man. I kind of wish you would have linked the TYT 20-minute Kasperian video. Man, I think we got to do some research here. Here, hold on, guys. I really wish I didn't just do that. No. You'll be good. No capture card. No capture card. Give me 1 second. Oh, that's right. I'm not subscribed to TYT. That would explain that. The Young Turks. Francesca. Oh, man. We're going to have to wait. It's behind the paywall. And old me would have been able to have access to that. Damn. Cenk really diving headfirst in the sociopathy angle. I have to like, I have to enunciate that word. Oh boy. Well, that sucks for Franny. I hope that that gets figured out. Well, not figured out. I hope that, honestly, I hope John can get out of there sooner than later, but we'll see. That's just going to be another rift in the TYT circle there, because for real, I don't think John's going to be happy that now Cenk is making editorial decisions for his show. That was always kind of like what I understood to be one of the better things of working at TYT. Watch a MAGA stooge die inside reporter reporting on... Oh, okay. Here. Let's check out this. Thank you for sending this one. Okay, not the greatest pause face for Adam Mockler, but this is the start of the video, so he did it to himself.
All right, this is going to be two things.
Oh my God.
Important, but also kind of mind-numbing, because I want to show
sorry.
you how MAGA pundits like Jesse Water and
We
how
do it every video,
MAGA cabinet
every time we
members
watch
like
him.
Caroline Leavitt are responding to the massive breach of security that was revealed by Jeffrey Goldberg at The Atlantic yesterday, when, of course, he was added to a group chat with Tulsi Gabbard, J.D. Vance, Pete Hegseth, and more people as they were discussing highly sensitive material. So, Caroline Leavitt went into deny, deny, deny mode. Jesse Waters went into downplay and obfuscate mode. Pete Hegseth went into attack mode. I actually want to analyze how the...
John, JR, and Rashad all have to soul search. No. Legend of Sean. John, JR, and Rashad all have to write out their contracts, which they sign. I know that Rashad signed a 3-year. John, I know he was also... He might have had a similar deal. He might have even been on a 5-year. JR's the only one that I think had like the longest term contract, but I think he has an opt-out clause.
MAGA pundits and officials
He has been appearing on more and more like outside TYT stuff.
responded
So
in like a genuine analysis way, because I think that this is a perfect microcosm of how the MAGA sphere takes a real story and distorts it so much that once it reaches like the average MAGA voter, it's watered down and people don't really care. So let's start here. Watch how Fox News' Jesse Water covered this story during his prime time slot. Do you think he called it a massive breach of national security? No. He says it's a little oopsie doopsie, and there may have been a little bit of a leak. Just watch how hard he downplays.
Did you ever try to start a group text? You're adding people and you accidentally add the wrong person.
Stan.
All of a sudden your Aunt Mary knows all your raunchy plans for the bachelor
are you
party.
begging Mitesh?
Well, that kind
Don't
of
do that.
happened today with the Trump administration. Mike Waltz was putting together a group chat on Signal,
Don't
an
do
encrypted
that,
app,
Stan.
with the Secretary of Defense, the VP, and a bunch of other national security officials to collaborate on whether to strike Iranian proxies in Yemen who keep firing missiles and shutting down shipping. Well, National Security Advisor Mike Waltz accidentally added a reporter to the group text, and not a good reporter. Jeffrey Goldberg from The Atlantic, one of the biggest hoax artists around. Well, he heard...
I've known enough heavy drinkers and users to be able to identify chemically induced belligerence, and I see it in every time Hegseth attacks anyone.
some things he probably shouldn't have, but
That's a good point.
could have been a
Wow, I didn't
wee
even
bit
think
of
of
a
that.
security breach. But it's not like they homebrewed a server and then bleached
Butter emails.
it. Or
Good job.
And then he brings up Hillary Clinton after calling it a wee bit of a security breach. Okay, listen. Not only is he downplaying, but he's also obfuscating, trying to muddy the waters, because he calls Jeffrey
Get it?
Goldberg a hoax artist. He called him a quote-unquote hoax artist, but then he also says in the next line, and he may have seen some things that he shouldn't. So he's saying in one breath that this reporter can't be trusted, implying the story might be false, but then he says in the next breath, wait a minute, the story is true, and it was a national security breach. Jesse Waters is being incredibly dishonest here. I mean, you know what? I'm surprised Jesse Waters even reported the story in the first place, because within this story, there are a few different scandals that we haven't truly had the time to comprehend. This story did drop about 24 hours ago, but not only is it wild that they accidentally added Jeffrey Goldberg, it's also wild they didn't notice. It's also wild that they're using
That's my
Signal
favorite
to talk
part, they
about
didn't
more
notice.
plans. But one extra implication is, why are they using Signal and only Signal? Now, Signal is so encrypted that if they delete these group chats, they're basically impossible to recover. So what is a Trump admin trying to hide? What are they hiding in these encrypted, hard-to-recover group chats that are generally hard to get a hold of unless the people in the group chat are so dumb they just add a reporter on accident. But you guys see.
Well, no, it's like he's missing the fact that they do disappear. Like, and you just said it. Like, Freedom of Information Act states that we should have the ability to see these communications at any point post declassification. So, nah, man. Like, just because you don't know the Constitution or like the consequences of not upholding them.
How hard Jesse Waters
I would just I would diversify
right
his
I've never
focus
seen
is what I'm
Fox
trying to
News
say.
spin
So.
that openly. Check this out. Donald Trump tweeted on July 6th of
Open the door.
2016. Crooked Hillary Clinton and her team, quote, were extremely careless in their handling of very sensitive, highly
This aged
classified
well.
information, not
Mehdi.
fit. And
Hell
Mehdi
yeah.
Hasan said,
Go,
this
Mehdi.
aged well. I love how to this day, Hillary Clinton still lives rent-free in the minds of Trump supporters. I mean, look at Trump made this tweet that I just read in 2016. Almost 10 years later, Jesse Waters is still featuring Hillary Clinton in his prime
Well, yeah, because it plays to their deep state, QAnon base.
time segment and talking about her emails in an attempt to obfuscate from the fact that Trump has had multiple breaches of national security and even the fact that they lie on Fox News. I can't talk about Fox News without bringing up the Dominion lawsuit where Fox settled out of court because they knew they were effed and lied and defamed Dominion. Dominion voting machines are credible and legitimate machines, yet Donald Trump undermined them, and Fox News followed suit because they prioritize profit over any sort of honesty. Again, Fox News lied and defamed Dominion, and they knowingly did so, according to text release by Fox News in the discovery phase. Sorry, I just have to talk about that every time I bring up Fox News. But in some better news, Trump cabinet members are going to get grilled today in front of the Senate for the security breach that Caroline Leavitt just talked about that I'm about to cover. So all that I ask from you is to make sure you subscribe. People keep saying, hey, Adam, I thought I was subscribed, but I never actually scrolled down and clicked the button. So make sure you are, and I'll be covering.
Wait a minute. Hey, the last one, I thought I was subscribed, but I guess I wasn't, so I subscribed. Like, what? No, this one's a little like...
the Senate
this was
hearings
on
that
them.
are about to happen. And let's check out...
You almost done? Oh. I guess we're...
what none
we'll
other
ride this
than
one out.
Caroline Leavitt said. I'm sure she had a level-headed, rational response where she took responsibility.
I think I actually...
right?
Wait, I have a
No,
response.
she said, Jeffrey Goldberg is well known for his sensationalist spin. Here are the facts about his latest story. Number 1, there were no war plans discussed. Number 2, no classified material was sent to the thread. This is false. We'll talk about this in a second. Number 3, the White House counsel's office has provided guidance on a number of different platforms for President Trump's top officials to communicate as safely and efficiently as possible. I know that's standard wording, but I still don't like it because there are already pre-existing protocols in place to communicate not only efficiently, but incredibly safely. Stuff like this doesn't happen because there are protocols in place to stop it from happening. So when she's saying the White House's counsel office has provided guidance to try to be safe and try to be effective, that's not how it's supposed to work. As the National Security Council stated, the White House is looking into how Goldberg's number was inadvertently added to the thread. Oh, I'm sure the White House will be entirely transparent about that, right? Thanks to the strong and decisive leadership of President Trump and everyone in the group, the Houthi strikes were successful and effective. I mean, dude, the point is not even whether or not the strikes were successful. It's how many times has this happened in the past? How did nobody in the group chat notice? How did it happen in the first place? And what are the implications of somebody being added to a group chat? I keep drawing this hypothetical.
Oh, geez. Mitesh, thank you.
What if Tucker Carlson were accidentally
going
added
on
to that
with
group
this?
chat? We know that he has relationships
Crap, no bubbly. Hold on.
with hostile
Oh,
foreign
no.
actors. We know that he's got a little bit of an anti-America
Why
streak
is
in
the
him. And
alert
if he
box not
relayed that
working? Hold on.
information to any other hostile foreign actor, it could have seriously endangered military personnel. But Tommy Vitor from Pod Save America responded to
Yeah,
Caroline
that should
Leavitt and
definitely
said,
work.
with all due respect to Caroline here, none. This is an obvious lie. They were discussing the names
Kevin, $18.
of specific
This is a
individuals
test
the
super
U.S.
chat
military was
message.
targeting with airstrikes. That is
There.
absolutely
Mitesh, thank you for the 20 gifted
100%
memberships.
guaranteed to have
gotta
been
figure that out.
classified information. Not only the names, but they were discussing the dates, the strike patterns, everything about the strikes that ended up actually happening. So if they added somebody else that wasn't Jeffrey Goldberg? Again, maybe a more hostile reporter. What if they added some sort of foreign national or a foreign policy advisor for another country that Pete Hegseth just happens to have in his phone because he's the effing defense secretary, and he probably does have a lot of these numbers in his phone, just like he has journalists. He has foreign policy advisors at home and abroad, people who work for other administrations. Enemy administrations. He could have added anybody, which is terrifying. The implications of this are insane, and yet Trump supporters are trying to downplay it so hard. I mean, can you guys believe how Jesse Waters downplayed it? Don't actually answer that question. It's rhetorical. But like this dude said, it may have been a teeny weeny mistake or whatever he said. What did he say?
Well, he heard some things he probably shouldn't have, but could have been a wee bit of a security breach.
He heard some things he probably shouldn't have, but it may have been a wee bit of a security breach. He's talking to his audience like they're children, like they have the mind of children, and I guess that's where we are in 2025. I'm gonna leave it there. Drop a like, subscribe. I'll be covering the hearings all day. So
Damn it, Mitesh. I actually should have I should have said this earlier. You could actually use the help over on Twitch on that one.
See you all in the next video, and peace out.
Because I think that you may have gotten pretty much everybody that's like an active watcher of the show, man. Like, God, we have so many people that are members of this channel. I love it. I do kind of apologize for not having more members only content. Obviously, stuff happening has kind of gotten in the way of that a little bit, but that's why I worked so hard to get this capture card going and stuff. I'm going to be doing a lot more of that. So, nah, dude, America, enemies are all over Signal. It's effing insane. Yeah, I was about to say, dude, yeah, I've been using Signal for reasons. Let's just say that Illinois wasn't always a legal state. So, yeah, I've been using that for a long time. Oh, here, by the way, guys. Am I going to have time for this? I don't think so. Here. Also, I've been trying to figure out if there's a way around this YouTube setting where I can't choose who gets them, because I think that's ridiculous. I hope that whatever YouTube has been doing lately, I know that they have been addressing situations like that. So, hey, there we go. I'm about to say. The problem with the bubbles was that they, yeah. I just realized, okay, that was the problem. Nobody had it. Nobody had the ability to take the memberships. Yeah, if you guys want a gifted membership over on YouTube, here you go. This actually goes for you guys over on Twitch. You guys can accept gifted memberships over there. As I was just about to say, we have some members only content. I'm actually going to be doing the oh my god, the vertical videos. Those are going to be my members only videos, and I'm going to have those members only for a while. So if you guys are interested in seeing like the TikTok and shorts format, but also I'm going to be doing longer form content that way. Maybe a little bit of IRL stuff. Vertical. Yes, vertical. Maybe I'll do one that's inverted. One of these days, you guys, you're gonna all watch Top Gun and you're just gonna go, oh, I get it now. I get why he does the joke. And it's also a Bonfire joke, so. Shout out Bonfire. Well, old Bonfire. Big J. Okerson, Dan Soder. All right. Oh, shit. There we go. We did it. 17. Oh, my God. Hey, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, 15. Holy shit. Level 4 hype train. Oh, poggers. I gotta take that from the majority report. It's I love how he does that too. Dude, thank you. I appreciate that. Oh man. Okay, I wasn't actually like just saying do that. That man, now I kind of feel bad. No, I really appreciate that. But yeah, yeah, I'm going to be having the vertical stuff. I don't know how I'm going to be able to do that over on Twitch though. So we'll see. We'll see if I can multi-stream that one, because unfortunately you can't really run Streamlabs through your phone. So it's very interesting, that one. Hell yeah, man. Thank you for helping me reach that goal. Like, well, thank you for reaching that goal. Thank you, dude. So fucking awesome. And thank you for subscribing over on Twitch, Bandit. Man, you guys, I love you guys. I love you guys. I do. Oh, no, not now. Not now. Hey, Brutal Wounds, how you doing? Welcome. Hello. I always appreciate a chatter that just starts with hi or hello. You're very polite, and I appreciate that. Welcome to the show. I'm Pep Talks. Nice to meet you. Well, we're halfway there. Whoa. We're living on a prayer. Take my hand. We'll make it, I swear. Damn it, I don't want to. If it's the one line, it's that one extra line is where I'm going too far. A majority report. Hell yeah, then you are in the right place. I am a huge fan of Sam Cedar. This whole show exists because of Michael Brooks. He inspired me to really get behind, like, doing an activist comedy show or an activist political show that is filled with comedy and levity. So, and I literally try to apply his moniker of be ruthless with systems and be kind to people, or I think it's vice versa. I'm dyslexic, whatever. So I need a pep talk because I'm wanted dead or alive. Dead or alive, you're coming with me. Wait a minute. We killed you. Freeze, creep. Dude, I love that. RoboCop. Yo, Telgar, how are you? First time chatter as well. Well, if you're here for a pep talk, then you've come to the right guy. Also, my name just happens to be Pep, so hey, marketing. Excuse me. But also, like I was saying, welcome. Oh, I was following the Bon Jovi. Hey, I'm glad that you liked it. Oh man. What about Vosh? What about him? I'm fine. Like, again, he inspired me a little to do this. I watched him a lot during the pandemic. And I kind of I realized the structure of his show. And yeah, he definitely helped with this. And then I know that Xander Hall was kind of a Vosh orbiter, and Xander Hall was like the one that really helped me get this started, where again, if he didn't take the time during one stream to talk to me and walk me through how to use Streamlabs on stream, by the way, that was the coolest part, was like he walked me how to get this. So it was really cool, man. Like, I know that people shit on him for his content and stuff, but the fact that he did that, I gotta be like, bro, yeah, from chat. I didn't even like direct message or anything. I just asked him, I'm like, hey, what OBS are you using? When did you start? Like, and how did you start? Like, and he kind of walked me through. It was really cool. It was about 45 minutes, and he kind of made a segment on it. And I I'm forever grateful of that because, again, I'm not even kidding, guys. I wouldn't know how to do this without that. So, yeah, fucking Xander Hall. Yeah, actually, here, oh, he's not on Twitch anymore. Damn it, I can't shout out. But yeah, shout out Xander Hall. You know, check out his channel. Here, I'll leave a link for him. Because, for real, man, there are a lot of content creators that, like, Vosh, I hate to say, like, he was one of the guys where there's just no getting a hold of him or really breaking through in his chat. But yeah, for Zan, it was really cool, man. Actually, he's alive right now. I shouldn't have said that. Here, I'll link his channel, though. Never seen his stuff. Here, subscribe to his channel. Check him out. Make sure that when you do that, though, please say that Pep Talk sent you. And shout out the channel. I could, that's one thing I will say, guys, is if you guys can kind of shout out the channel, don't spam. Like, do not spam, like, a bunch of stuff like that. But, yeah, just, yeah, I'll take a shout out occasionally. You know what I mean? I got that from somebody in Angry Ginger did that recently, and it was funny because they didn't know that me and Angry Ginger know each other. So, which I don't know him, we're, you know, content creators, and he reached out to me. Again, another shout out Angry Ginger. This one I can. He's awesome, man. He's all about building up this this leftist community and not really doing the thing where we attack people for jokes, you know? But he's also not one of, like, the YouTubers that's like, oh, you don't get it, Joe Rogan and b. He's not one of those guys. I appreciate that. What is going on with my shoutouts? Wait, is he not... Did he not allow himself to be shouted out? Oh, that's bullshit. Ah, there we go. I like the Vanguard dudes. Silly and Billy, they're cool. I don't know. Zach is the one that I can tolerate more, I think. The longer hair guy. Large Marge sent me. Large Marge. Wait a minute, what's that from? Fuck. Yeah, no, I like the Vanguard boys are cool. Actually, Brutal Wounds. Since you're new, I think you're newer to my content, right? Yeah, you just followed me. So, check out my YouTube channel. I just did a video about Anna Kasparian and the Vanguard boys. So here, I'll actually link that one because that's right here. Alrighty. No, well, don't play the damn video. No, I hate when I do that. I hate seeing my face and I hate seeing my voice like that. It's weird. In OBS, I'm fine. But the second that I have it on like an actual video, I'm like, ah! No! Here we go. Yeah, check out that video after after I have to sign off here. Tonight's going to be a little bit of an earlier night. I do have my my Wednesday plans, so this is going to be cool. But Pee-wee's Big Adventure. Oh, that's what that is. Yeah, Large Marge. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Oh my God, that's a classic to me. Just because I am like, oh yeah, I watched that a lot. It's Thursday. It's when I don't have my watch on. No, it's Wednesday. Fuck you. Yeah, it is Wednesday. Trust me. As somebody who doesn't really know what day it is a lot, I just kind of went, boom. Oh, yeah, tomorrow's D&D night. No, tomorrow is D&D. Yeah, tomorrow's D&D night, and you did make me look. You just got me with a first grade got 'em You know what? Pat yourself on the damn back for that one, Talon. That one took me. It was like you might as well have just done the gullible written on the ceiling and actually gotten me to look. You know what? Fist bump. I respect. I respect when it's an actual got him, and you got me, dick. You didn't have to do that. I mean, damn. Oh, it's so cool, man. Dude, Bandit, thank you so much for the gifted for gifting those subs too, man. Man. Sorry, I'm like I don't know why I'm getting emotional. It's Wednesday, my dudes. Yeah, that's why I was just like, yeah, no. Trust me, I know. It's new comic book day, but I get my new comic books on Thursday because that's when I go and I play my D&D because it's at the same place. So, I need to try and get permission to stream my my session, or at least like record it so I can show you guys, because it's honestly, it is very funny. We're not like, you know, and I know it's like overly done with Critical Role and all those other channels. Every freaking nerd channel does it. That's also why I'm more interested in actually doing like a members only D&D game, which I did think about it. So if I'm going to be DMing and we're going to keep it to, because it's listen, I'm actually applying real world logic to this. How are we gonna have everybody like there with their characters? So I have to do this in a way where the party can be swapped out. And yeah, just I'm figuring out the logistics. Actually, I might figure that out tonight. I just realized that my buddy is a perfect person to talk to about this, because I think that he might want in. Obviously, Anna, chime in with any ideas on that, because as much as I would love to start from level 1, that seems impractical. I think that I would like to start you guys like around, level 5. Get enough perks. You're not too good at that point, and it allows me to throw in some, harder battles, but should let me DM. I have never played it, so it'd be super interesting. No. Absolutely effing not. That's not interesting. Trust me, they've done that, and no. No. I just got acid reflux from that. That's how annoying that suggestion was to me. No. Anna, no, right? No. Yeah. We're all like, ah! Did you just give me a heart attack? I fucking hope not. Okay. Big no. Yeah, I was about to say, no. This isn't just me like being like gatekeepery. No. That's not fun for anybody, because you not knowing what you're doing doesn't actually like. That's not how DMing works. DMing's not storytelling, dude. Like, you need to know how to apply stats and use the actual lore. What? Nerd shit. But, yeah, man. What is going on with my vision? I'm getting like a, Oh. Actually, that explains it. Yeah. Oh, shit. Yeah, you need to know the game through and through. See, that's the thing. I'm at that point where, He's what? No, dude. Okay, no, no. We're using classic D&D. I'm thinking I'll stick to 5e just for whatever. Actually, Anna, would you be cool with me doing 5e extended or whatever? Or are they calling it 5e advanced? Like, what's the new, like, it's not 6th edition, right? Yeah, I don't think it's 6th edition. Because it still uses so much. Yeah, it's what I thought. Yeah, 5.2. Yeah, can't they call it 5 advanced? What the fuck? just do it. Just make it advanced. Hey, whatever. They made enough changes though, I gotta say. Specifically if you play Barbarian and Monk, holy shit, guys, like, yeah, they amped them the fuck up. It's kind of nice. I'm thinking about playing a Barbarian in my next game because I'm just like, that could be fun. Wizards also got a nice little buff. Yeah, I'm kind of looking forward to playing a new character because I've been playing this ranger, this rogue ranger for 4 years now. So 4. Fuck yeah, it's been 4 years since we. Oh my god. Dude, we've been playing this game forever. Holy shit. That just hit me. Like, wow. Okay, I'm actually gonna, like, really get upset when we end this game. And you know that Anna, you already know. Like, I'm 2 sessions away from ending. Obviously, none of y'all had heard of Raymond E5. I don't care. I don't care. The thing is, no, that's not how D&D works. Like, some people do other worlds. Like, I have a friend that set their world in Final Fantasy. I'm all for it. I love Final Fantasy. But what you're doing, no. The fact that you're just like, none of y'all even heard it. No. Just play the damn game. No, and I'm the fucking DM. I'm the DM of this stream. Get used to it. Get used to it, FL. Hey, we hit 280 over on Twitch. Hell yeah. You know what? Hell yeah. I actually just got the text. So I'm gonna smoke with y'all at 4:20, and then I gotta take off. So 4:20 of the stream, I'm gonna be taking off, but I got another 12, 13 minutes. So I've heard of R.A. Salvatore. I've never read any. Is it an IRL game or so? Like, my game that I've been playing for 4 years is an IRL game. That one's been going on, like, yeah. We do it once or twice a month, depending on how our schedules work. But yeah, we've literally been doing that game for 4 years. Jesus, dude. Jesus. Yeah, we started at level 1. And I am now level 15. And we're 2 sessions away from ending. Like, I just kind of realized that I'm really bummed about that. Like, that's been such a consistent thing in my life that, like, oh man, damn it. You know what? I gotta look at it this way though. I gotta move. We gotta move on. We gotta play a new game, and it trained me to do this. But the game that we're gonna be doing is through Discord. It's going to be here. My idea is, if you guys are cool with it, I would like to, like, stream it. Like, I want to stream it for members only, where obviously I'll run as the DM here, with Stan and everything. You know, I gotta have my my little guy. I might even have a proxy character in there that is more like, he's more like an in-game narrator kind of thing. I always appreciate having characters like that. So, like, the way that my friend did it with their Final Fantasy game was, like, Barrett. He would be in the Final Fantasy, like, section, or the Final Fantasy 7 section of the game that we were playing. He was the narrator character for that game, and it was fun. I really enjoyed it because it also, excuse me, it also helped our party anytime that like somebody didn't show up, so narrator character could actually go in and you know, be a buffer for that. And I have one rule for myself. I wouldn't make, like, if there's ever like a traitor or like a big swerve, it wouldn't come in the form of that character. So just because that's almost like too easy to see. Is it being a cartoon person in real life? Oh, no. So, Allie, oh, that's right. I forgot you're a little bit, no, it's the Dungeons and Dragons from like the 80s. So, yeah, like, yeah, you know what it is. You play with this. This is called a D20. It has 20 sides. You roll said D20. So let's, here. You know what? Fuck it. Whoop. There we go. Let's roll. What did I roll? I can't even see. Damn it. Oh, I rolled an 18. Shit, that's not bad. I played in 78. Well then, yeah, you played fucking, you played D&D ED1. What? Holy shit. That's all I have to say to that. I apparently, man, literally. I feel like, I just chastised this guy, or it's just like, oh. Which, by the way, this is a thing. This is the comic that, like, this comic is about their campaign. So, yeah, it's really, really cool. If you're a Stranger Things fan, I am, obviously. D&D Gangsta. I mean, that's, yeah, dude, yeah, you had the paperback editions. There's a reason that those are so rare. They're all yellow. Oh my god, that's amazing, though. That's so cool. What was your first character, if you don't mind me asking? Like, you... I play mandolin. Oh, you gotta play a bard. I was about to say, if you play the mandolin, then you gotta play the bard. Hell yeah. Oh, this is gonna be so much fun. Oh my god, I'm actually really looking forward to this. Okay, well, I've committed to writing the story now. All right, let's see. What's my schedule as far as streaming? So we can do... Saturdays are hard to get with people, though, because Saturdays are usually... We'll have to take a vote. We'll have to establish a party. I hate to say it, guys. We might have to do like a system where if you... I don't want to say a buy-in, because I don't want to make it like... I don't want to do that. But we might have to do like a high roll system. Like if we want to be part of it, because I have to cap it. I'm going to have to cap it. I'm not sure where I want to do that. I'm thinking... I want to cap it at 6, but I might do 8. I'm thinking a party of 8 I could handle. It's just that might take for like anything over a fucking party of 6 is just so hard to actually get through and get rolls. And then you have that one guy that takes way too long on their fucking roll and they want to make it a side quest about their character and whatever. Can you watch a one dime video? Let me check. I bet you have to ask. Kind of makes me go, maybe. Podcast 75K. Yeah, I think I can. Send it through Discord. There's a good one about Tupac. Ooh, I'll do a pre-watch on that one and then get back to you because it's mostly if it has a lot of the layered music in there. Sometimes they like get permissions that I don't even want to bother with. I think there is a Dexter's Lab episode about D&D. Oh, yeah, there is. Yeah, there's a Dexter's Lab episode. The best one's Community. The best Dungeons & Dragons episode ever created was from Community. It's still one of my favorite episodes of any TV show ever. Chevy Chase in that episode it's actually him at his funniest, I gotta say. Like, that character sucked, but god damn it, it was so funny the way they swerved that shit. I gotta say, man. God, I miss Community. That's a good show. Posting any suggestions. Okay, thank you. All right. This one's gonna go on the tomorrow section because I'm already technically playing overtime right now. It's the same with the ContraPoints. I got that one listed up, ready to go. Traumatizing history. Oh, I have a fun video that I can't wait to get to tomorrow. It's definitely a little niche, so like if you don't know the subject matter, you might not understand it. And I don't want to ruin it right now. It's not wrestling though. So. Pop culture, and I'll say this: 90s books. So. And if any of you guess right now and you guess wrong, I'm just gonna say no and then move on. If any of you guess right, I probably will do the same. So, also put in politics, Tupac. Oh yeah, dude, Tupac was he was a huge like not just fan of communism. He was an activist, dude. Like listen to some of his like lyrics. He's all eyes on me. Even like fuck, dude. Goes into just. Not just poverty. Like the thing is, like he would sing about the poverty he was going through, but he would also sing about the solutions that he would see, and he would just be like, "Nobody's trying this." Man, Tupac was so based. Stooge die inside. All right, I'll just keep that tomorrow. There we go. All right, let's chill. Also put in politics. Who's on today? Dylan Burns, Angry Ginger. Oh, we'll do Angry Ginger at the end here. I see no changes. All I see is racist faces. Misplaced hate. Dude, I can't do him justice, but I do know the words. Yeah, the whole Shakur family are famous for being socialist. Oh, yeah, that's right. His mom was, like, super involved in that. I forgot about that. Hey, good poll. Very good poll. Oh, here. While I got you guys. All right. So, in this case, I have the next game that's going to be played on the Switch. I know I'm going to be playing one of the newer newer. I think I'm either going to be playing Pokemon Scarlet or I'm going to be dipping back into Diamond. But until then, what do we want next? Super Mario Brothers Wonder, Mario Kart 8, which that one I will, like, if you guys want to jump on, I have a feeling I'm going to just end up giving you guys my game code. Zelda, Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, Mario Kart. Ooh, we already got one Mario Kart. Okay. Appreciate that. Or, here's a wild card. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the Cowabunga collection, which is all the Turtles in Time and arcade games. So. Eventually, I'm going to get around to all of them. And I'm, as I said, going to be playing more Arceus and then Pokemon. But hey, I'm excited, man. I love being able to finally play my Switch because I love Switch games. TMNT. All right, I like it. All right, that's an easy one. Damn it, we got one for TMNT and one for Turtles. All right, sorry, buddy. We got two for Turtles. Two for Turtles. Oh, man. Turtles for the first one. No shit. Hell yeah. Hey, check this out. You want to see something cool? I found this in my old stuff. Like I was going through all of like an old bin. Dude, check this out. It's an old cup from Burger King that I got. I love how they're literally bouncing off Leatherhead. Not my favorite guy. There we go. There's Mikey. That's my guy. I'll make sure to order pizza. Hell yeah. Cowabunga. Cowabunga. God, I actually read. I still read Turtles comics. I'm that guy. I actually have a really cool exclusive poster that I need to put down here. Ooh, I know exactly where. I'm literally staring at where I'm gonna put that. Nice. Turtles. All right, we're going Turtles. Oh my God, I used to have that too. Nice. Yeah, that's my. I keep that for my paintbrushes. That's so cool. Talon, don't worry, man. I'll be playing Mario Kart. I will. Yeah, don't worry about that, man. Just make sure that you have it ready on your end. If you like want to play, obviously we'll link up. We'll do that. Oh, I just bought Mario Party Jam. Wait a minute, guys. Sound off in chat if you guys are able to play Mario Party Jamboree, because we can play online. I just thought about that. That'd be fun too. Fuck, man. As I said, the new era of pep talks is really blowing up here. As far as this is gonna be fun. Also, if you guys can do me a favor, I know that you may have already been here for the content, but if you can check out my Pete Hegseth video, the impression rate is abysmal. Making me feel bad because it's like, I put myself in the thumbnail and nobody wants to watch. I get it. Yeah, if you guys can help me out on that, leave a like on that video. I'd really appreciate it. We're almost there, guys. We're 1 minute away. I have a Mario Party, but I forgot which one. Okay. So if you want to play, I will make sure. It's called Mario Party Jamboree. It just came out, so you might actually have to buy the new one. But it's worth it. Trust me, it's very, very much worth it. Actually, Allie, you'll like this game. It's so much fun. Like my mom didn't even play video games, and Mario Party was one that she enjoyed. Because you don't have to really be good at video games. You just have to have timing. Actually, it's funny. One of the best Wii bowlers I've ever known is my step-grandmother. And she did it where she would just sit there and go, oh yeah, 420! All right, where we go? Woohoo! I hate Mario Party. I got Smash Bros. We can do Smash Bros. I got it all. I'm a Nintendo gamer, man. That's why it's funny. Every time I've watched like a stream, it's always like somebody's just like, yeah, I'm playing this on Steam. That's why I've never really gotten big into Steam, because I'm playing Switch games. So yeah, actually the new Assassin's Creed game I do plan on playing on Steam, so we're gonna check that out. But I need more Nintendo games. I just been playing Streets of Rage 2. Nice, actually. Yeah, the Genesis pack. Bro, yeah, for real. I'm not even kidding. Like, if you haven't played the new Zelda, do that. Like, start with Breath of the Wild if you have not played that. But those two alone, you could have never played a Zelda game and you will love it. And then, yeah, the new Super Mario games, I love them. Like, dude, I just love these. I love these because I can just put them on and then just put it in sleep mode and just not care. Like, yeah, my wife is actually upstairs playing her Switch right now. She's playing the new Animal Crossing, or not Animal Crossing. Well, yeah, it's kind of Animal Crossing. It's the Hello Kitty one. Apparently, it's a really good game, according to her. So. Alrighty. Oh, here, guys. One more time, I'm gonna leave the link for my mom's my mom's memorial. I really appreciate any help on that. And then also, if you guys haven't liked the stream already, please do. And subscribe to the channel. And also follow over on Twitch if you haven't done that already. I really appreciate all the support, guys. So tomorrow, I think that I am on at 8. But I will update you guys, let you know. But look out for me at 4, just in case. All right, I'm going to go raid the Angry Ginger here. He is a friend of the channel. I hope you enjoy his content. There we go. And then, let me pull this up. I know, buddy. I know. Hold on. Hold on. Don't do your thing here. I know, Uncle Dan's here.
In the desert overnight, it's that kind of energy.
We woke up at 6. Yeah, we made sure to get here. We want to be front and center. I feel that we are headed towards the very scary early stages of an oligarchy. We are seeing like subtle changes, or not even really subtle, these big changes coming out. For example, signing in executive orders that you don't even have the legal power to do so of. And and hearing things like, oh, if you vote for me, you'll never have to vote again.
Okay.
Hearing things like planning to run for a 3rd term. It's just really scary to hear those kinds of things. We're living in a time.
Yeah, and you know what? The number of times now I've asked somebody if they know who Curtis Yarvin is, and they've had a blank stare on their face. You gotta wake up. You gotta wake up. People think that that's conspiracy theory. You claim that these other people are conspiracy theory. No, look, I've never disagreed with right-wing people when they say that left-wing people have a plan for the country. Of course they do. So do right-wing people. Right-wing conservatives have a plan for the country. Left-wing Democrats have a plan for the country.
And then...
guess what? Oligarchs
Stay safe and don't Hexa tweet anyone.
That's what they do. They sit around and they plan shit. Whether it's how to make more money or how to get more authority, that's what they're good at. And if you don't wake the fuck up and start actually paying attention to what the fuck's going on, if you don't know who Curtis Yarvin is, then you better look up his name. If you don't know what Peter Thiel's attachments to JD Vance are, you better look that
okay.
up.
He's watching a Bernie rally.
Why every one
reaction.
of these techno oligarchs all of a sudden went from hating Donald Trump to loving Donald Trump, and how Donald Trump went from hating all these techno.
Okay, and then I will see you guys tomorrow. Alrighty. All right. Give me 1 second here, guys. We're almost done. All right. What? Oh, son of a bitch. Here.
Actually left my second job today.
I get it.
Around 4 a.m. I haven't slept. I'm here because it's something that we got to do.
Okay. All right, guys. I'll see you tomorrow.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pussy. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks.